is true for all of them. Obviously.
But if they're against each other, I wouldn't go yet, whatever.
That'd be tough call.
That's a tough call. Yeah.
don't
I know
think we-
my wife would go.
Yeah, yeah. I think we have to worry about that for a while.
She's really good. She's, she came here because I wanted to go here. So.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, she's, your wife,
Is she
working?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see, so it's not.
I'll bring you up. I'm just gonna do a quick review and call you up to do the capital.
Oh, we went there.
getting back to normal again?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We will call our second day of budget deliberations into session. Thanks for being here today. I will throw it to our Manager of Finance and Administration, Jennifer Place. Jen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just thought I'd start the morning with a bit of a recap from November 29th meeting, specifically for Councillor Sayers, who missed that day. And then I thought we could tackle the capital parking lot items, as Devin has been able to come up with some information with regards to a couple of those items. So just as a brief overview, today we'll be looking at the operating budgets. We did cover council and executive office on the 29th, but I'll give a quick review of those as well. And then we have some parking lot decision items and then council direction moving forward by the end of the day. So I'll just skip right down to what we were looking at for tax support, which should be on page 7. I think we have the document. You might have to do a refresh on your iCompass, but it should be there and available. So at this time, it's a 5% increase over the 2022 taxes. That's the proposed, and 3.909 after growth is what's projected. So as for council information, a 1% tax support increase from 2022 to 2023 is just over $158,000. So within that, our revenue portion, including taxes of $16,655,000, is for a total of $30,166,811. And our expenditures obviously match that, as we do have a zero balance budget. So any additional funds required are captured through tax support. So here is just a quick visual, I guess, that shows the non-tax support revenue. So that is anything that is captured through grants, sales, user charges, all of those items. Then our tax support, and then our total expenditures. We discussed a little bit of, and this is an estimate of the proposed municipal tax levy and what that impact would be. We looked at irrigated farmland, dry farmland, and a single family dwelling. These are just purely averages and estimates on the proposed budget. So if you look at a $362,000 single family dwelling, it would have the biggest impact at the proposed budget rate of a 4.1% increase, and that's about just shy of $76 annually. This does not include any of the requisitions, so this would be prior to any requisitions that may come forward or will come forward from the school and Green Acres. Dryland is at $3.71, and irrigated farmland is at $7.42 for the year. So those are estimates. We did collect some further information with regards to the tax rate, because there were some questions at the last meeting. So after Devin goes through his capital parking lot items, we can get into a few of those operating ones before we move forward with the presentations. And here's a operating impact summary. So this just covers the highlights, I guess, or the larger items within the budget, just for council's review. So of the proposed increase, which is a total of $793,116, or 5% net of any additional revenues that may be realized, there's a recreation funding increase from 2022 of $50,000, the 2023-2024 policing of $235,070. Then we had some budget adjustments throughout the year, so there's a net salary and benefits change. So this includes any FTE changes, benefit adjustments. There's a 2% COLA that has been applied across the board, including council, it netted out at about $80,000. Fuel, machine parts, and supplies. I know we have spoken to council about this on several occasions, that there has been some big impacts with regards to increases in those areas. And within the budget document in the appendix, there was a bit of a graph there to kind of show how the fuel costs have increased over the year. And then we have materials and operation and capital replacement fees, overall budget for fleet, which is offset by the revenues that they receive from the other departments slightly, with the 557, which you see in the line below. The economic development department restructure, there's some savings there. Changes within the fire service response area, and a bit of an increase to the fines revenue brings us to some cost savings or efficiencies of just over $757,000. And then we just have some net adjustments. That's just cleaning up some GLs where we found some efficiencies throughout the year. Just kind of nets out the rest of the budget of just over 33,000. And that brings us back down to the 5% at the bottom. So this is just a quick visual.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fire service response adjustment, could you elaborate just what that is a little bit, please?
I believe a little bit was discussed at yesterday's meeting with regards to the agreement with the city of Lethbridge and having Coaldale take on a larger portion of that area that the city used to cover and just adjusting for those costs. So from there, again, the senior leadership team will present their budgets. As mentioned, CAO Ann Mitchell presented council, and we went through the executive office budgets on Tuesday, pardon me. It's been a long week. And we will look at the overall budget again before we wrap up for the day. So we'll move into Public Works next, but first I'll bring Devin up to discuss the parking lot items from Tuesday's meeting with regards to capital.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there an appetite to wait with the parking lot items until we have a full council? Would that conflict your schedule at all, Devin?
No, that's completely up to council when you want to go through the park.
I know we do have quorum, but is it, there's, I think, active discussion on it all?
Did we know that Councillor Curbis was going to be away, or, oh,
Yes.
okay, is he,
He'll be joining us shortly. He had a doctor's appointment this morning.
oh, okay, and will Councillor Zeenstra be here this afternoon, or?
Yes.
Late morning, potentially.
Okay, so, yep,
Yep.
Okay,
I
sorry
get
about
the only,
that.
the only thing, the only thing would be, I guess, we're covering material regardless, right? Like, either we get into the operating budget, or we do
I was
parking
under
lot.
the impression these are decision items. Is that correct, or not really? The parking lot things?
There's further information that I brought forward, and you
Okay.
could potentially defer a decision till all of council is here.
But
Okay.
no final decision.
No, fine, okay. Okay, then, sure.
Well, I would look at council, like,
Yeah,
how does
what-
how
well,
does council
what are we
feel?
thinking?
Let's keep it going. I don't know, you're gonna have to go through it twice anyway, so if you. Let's just keep on going. Yeah.
Go ahead,
All
Dave.
right. So there are 4 items in the parking lot. So some questions came up on these items, so I did look into them. Pardon me. First, I'll talk about the Westview Road. A question came up, couple questions. How many buses and what route do they take? And then the traffic counts, the percentage of light and heavy traffic. So I did call the school division. They did tell me a total of 17 buses access that school, and it's about a 50-50 split either way. So 8 in one direction, 9 in the other. But it was pretty much a 50-50 split in both directions, and then they just kind of disperse out from there on the gravel road network. So that was, like I said, that came from the school division that I was in contact with on Wednesday. And then there was also the question of traffic counts. So this year I did have 5 counts done on that segment of road. You can see these purple circles, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are the locations in which I had traffic counts on. So the location number 1, that's right near the highway intersection. There's 502 vehicles with 98% being light, 2% heavy. You go further west, this is the intersection at which Calvin Christian School is located. 444 vehicles with 97% light, 3% heavy. Go west to the next intersection, 158 vehicles, so a drastic decrease, 98% light, 2% heavy. And then as you go north, again, 158 vehicles with a little bit more heavy traffic. We have 90% light, 10% heavy. And then the further you go north again, 188 vehicles with 66% and 66% light, 34% heavy.
So,
Sort of, yeah, go ahead.
thank you. So when you go to those numbers, after you leave the school, that doesn't really relate to the 50-50 bus, so is there a lot of people drive to the school? Or how does that, because that number's quite a bit higher there compared to the buses, like say, for instance.
Right. I don't know their ultimate destination. Based on the traffic counts, it does indicate a lot of passenger vehicles do access that school every day, in addition to the acreages along there. But yeah, there is a lot of passenger vehicles. Yeah, 502 at that intersection with 98% being pretty much passenger vehicles. and I included the buses in that number as well.
Yeah, but I was just wondering, the 444,
Mhm.
like from there, if you 50% of the buses go, say, west and 50% go east, then the number of passenger vehicles or other type of vehicles is significantly higher, because when you compare the 502 to the 444.
Correct.
Like, there's a huge difference.
Yep.
And then going west, the 158.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more passenger vehicles than buses. So at that number 2 spot, for example, let's just see here. Sorry, I gotta find the right page. There were, let's see, 27 buses, let's say eastbound from the number 2 there, and 397 passenger vehicles. So there is quite a bit of difference there. Yeah. So that was the information I was requested to provide, so I'll maybe throw it back to the chair, unless you want me to go through the rest of the items and then discuss them all afterwards. Up to you guys. Okay.
Do you want
The Stafford
Yeah.
Park Lake Road.
Go, one sec, David.
Yeah, just one question. So when we're deciding this, what we're gonna be doing with that road, we can also decide that we're gonna do part of it with one thing and part of it with the other thing, right? It doesn't have to be done all the way the same.
That's correct. What we have in the budget currently is to upgrade the road up to that number 2 circle. The remainder is for future council meeting. That'll be bringing forth the report on all of those roads that we're proposing may be converted to gravel in January. Okay, the Park Lake Road, there was no direction to provide further information on that one. The CP Railroad, I did talk to CP on Wednesday, and they just a flat out no on any contribution towards that road. I did say that we are planning to convert it to gravel, and they still said we don't have any money in the budget to help upgrade that road. So, yeah, with that, that was the information that I was requested to bring back, and I'll maybe put it back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. The regional DEM is up on that parking lot board as well, but would council's preference be to wait till we get into emergency services to deal with that one?
Yeah.
Larry and I did gather some more information after the presentation yesterday too.
Okay,
so.
thank you.
The other item, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like me to get into it, is just a quick discussion around the tax rates.
Okay,
So I believe Ann shared this document with council yesterday with regards to farm property assessment. Just some clarity around the guidelines. So farmland is assessed on the ability of land to produce agricultural products. There are several class assessments identified within a farm property, so there can be a residence there. There could be some non-residential, there could be machinery and equipment, and then of course there's land or farmland, which is associated with that. I think it was just important to note, based on this, that, sorry, I'm trying to find my line here, that farm buildings are exempt, as we spoke about yesterday. However, only as long as those buildings are being used for farming purposes. So if that farm building had a commercial use associated with it for another purpose, it may be assessed and taxed. So just some clarity around that. I won't get into all the details. Council has a copy of this, but I just thought it was a nice, kind of clean summary with regards to how farmland assessment works. In addition to that, we talked about the tax rate and any possible adjustments that could be made to the tax rate. So these numbers are based on estimates. Yep. So they're based on estimates. So currently, right now, the farmland rate is our highest tax rate. We also have this additional portion that is added to the total. This is just the municipal portion as well. This doesn't include requisitions. Of another 3.28 that we collect, which is about just over 500,000, that goes towards the Market Access Network program. When I was talking with Les, the MJ does allow for a 5-to-1 maximum ratio between non-res and residential. I understood that it was between residential and all other assessment classes. Les did clarify that that does not include farmland. So we are outside that 5-to-1, but that's okay to be. If in 2016, direction was given by council to maintain a 2-to-1 ratio between non-res and residential. So that's kind of been a continuous theme since 2016. If council wants to give direction otherwise, if one of these rates, like the farmland rate, is increased further, it would have to be adjusted between the residential and non-residential rates in order to balance, obviously, for what we need to collect. So if we want to keep it at 2-to-1, it would affect both of those, or council could give other direction. I've already mentioned the.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yes, the 3.28, you said we collect that on top of our, the haul route network, but that's only those who have livestock, or is that across the board, everyone pays a little bit into the haul route network?
Only on the farmland assessment. So it doesn't have to do with livestock. It could be dry land, it could be irrigated land.
So every farm piece does pay a bit into that?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. And again, I've made the comments here, just that we do collect that approximately 3.2 on farmland in addition for the market access network. And then if an increase is made, we would have to adjust that difference. I don't know if that helps kind of give some clarity a little bit more on how the county's tax rates are calculated. So we use the total assessment for each of the assessed categories. We've pulled out policing and recreation because council did want to see those shown separately on the tax notices for the public's purposes. So those get pulled in as well based on the total assessed value for the county. This is the, it's called an availability adjustment. This basically has to do with it's just a balancing number. I should probably have pulled that out there, I apologize. And then we have, this is just on the farmland portion, like Councillor Van Hessen was asking, for the market access network. That's the only tax assessment class that gets this additional. And then this is for the Lethbridge Regional Waste Services Commission collection. So we collect that separately, and then we pay it out to the Waste Commission on an annual basis.
Thank you. So Jen, just on the farmland, the rate that you said where it doesn't include residential, but it could go up more than 5-to-1 on farmland. How does that exactly work? Like, so if you have a residence, every farm has a residence, that's the 3-acre portion. So could you go above the 5-to-1 on the non-residential 3 acres? Or how, I'm not quite sure what that means.
So the non-residential portion, so it's just the tax rate portion. So on an individual tax notice, depending on what they have for residential and non-residential, it may be more than 5-to-1. But the tax rate that we apply to it has to be within that 5-to-1. So we can't, so if the residential portion is a 1 mill rate, then the non-res can't be 7. It could be 5. Like, it has to be within that ratio. However, I don't know if that's making sense. So just the tax rate portion has to be, like on our tax rate bylaw, has to be within the 5-to-1.
But I guess I'm kind of confused by does not include farmland.
Oh,
So what does that mean that the 3 acres that you're being taxed on for residential purposes on the farmland, and the farmland can't exceed the 5.1, or does it mean that we could go above the 5.1 on the farmland, but not affecting the residential? I'm not sure what that means.
So the farmland is not included in that 5.1.
So we can go to 7.1.
Yeah, or that's 5-to-1 ratio, I should say. Yeah, I've had thought that when they said that anything non-residential could only be the 5-to-1, but it's specifically non-residential assessed value. So that would be like a commercial type value, anything that isn't considered residential or land, like farmland. So you can go, in the case of a farm parcel, you would have your residential piece, which would be assessed at the residential portion, and you'd have that residential tax rate, and then the farmland around it could be more than 5-to-1 ratio against that.
Thank you.
Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, in summary of that, that means that we can adjust the mill rate up to 30% on farmland, potentially, hypothetically.
Council has the authority to put
There's
the
not
tax
the-
rate at whatever they like.
So
yeah.
there's not a
But there is an
government.
impact to the other tax rates when you do that. That's just the disclaimer. Like if you increase one,
Yes,
it's gonna decrease the others.
correct.
So we would have to just ensure that we maintain that 5-to-1 between the non-res and the residential, however that was balanced out.
Correct.
Yeah.
So potentially, we could adjust the farmland value and lower the commercial, the res and non-res could be lowered to some extent, or we could, they could be lowered essentially on that.
Yeah, if one goes up, then definitely it would be adjusted elsewhere. We would just need direction as to, does council want to stick with the 2-to-1 that's currently been practiced at the county for the non-res and residential, or just as long as it's within that 5-to-1 as legislated?
Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So every quarter, because it goes by quarter, right, they take a 3-acre piece off that is taxed as residential. Is that the same through the whole province?
Yeah, the assessment, how assessment is, it's all legislated from the province, so all assessors have to follow those same guidelines.
Lauren?
Thank you. That's only on quarters that have houses on them. If you have bare land.
Yes.
There's no 3-acre thing.
That's what it sounded like when I kind of skimmed through the whole thing that that committee that they set up in 98 or whatever it was. And it seemed like, the way I read it, it was 3 acres for every parcel.
Oh, I would
It's
have
not,
to
okay.
confirm with our assessor, but I think if it's just bare land, the whole quarter is assessed as bare land. But I can definitely confirm that.
Any other questions? Jen, what is the timing of this? How does council deal with the tax rate bylaw?
So the tax rate bylaw will come forward to council usually in early May. We can bring it forward a little bit early if council chooses to, if they want to look at some options, but it just has to be approved before we issue the tax notices, which usually go out mid to late May.
Klaus?
And on the Lethbridge Regional Waste Management thing there, that's, that amount there is that the total amount that we collect?
That, I don't know that that's the amount. The Waste Services Commission meets next week and we'll have their
We meet on
their
Monday,
budget.
yeah.
But yes, we collect 100% of what they requisition from us.
Just as a follow-up, so the requisition is we have it set at almost approximately $60 per resident of Lethbridge County, and then 10,000 based on 10,000 residents, so approximately 600,000. Yeah.
Any other questions on this? Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, just follow up on that, because you're just talking about the county residents now, because, I mean, we have, this is not included like the towns that are involved in that one, okay.
They're requisitioned separately.
Yeah.
Good? Okay, thanks, Jen.
Okay, thank you. So I will bring up Jeremy Wixon, Director of Public Operations, and he can review the Public Works budget, which starts on page, oops, pardon me. We'll go to page 74 of your document. It'll be Ag Services first.
Good morning, council.
Morning, Jeremy.
So just to start off, the one thing that I would like to just go over briefly as far as all of the operating budgets, because this always becomes a question essentially that comes through. So I'll just go in the order that essentially are alphabetically as they're going to be presented. So for the ASB has a couple of grants. We get a basic ASB grant portion, which is $123,000 per year approximately. Plus we get the resource management extension grant portion, which is $91,000. So you'll see in this page right here specifically, the grant portion is $214,000. Now I am using round numbers. I'm not going to go 905 or anything like that because I'll drive you crazy by the end of the day at that rate. But anyway, so for the ASB, that portion is our grant portion. The remainder of that budget is all through tax support. So the operating expenses is all through tax support. Public Works is primarily all tax support. It's over a $10 million budget amount. There's minimal grant fees because we only get a small portion, which is the MSI operating portion that is an actual grant for that portion. We do have some other residual revenues through there, but primarily it is mostly tax support.
It's BMTG, not MSI.
BMTG. Yeah.
Basically, this.
We keep on using all kinds of different acronyms. And then moving on to utilities. Utilities is essentially a user pay system. So basically, we just balance the budget. There's usually excess revenues over expenses, and then the overage or the surplus essentially of that portion goes into the reserves, which would be building for future utilities projects, which are long-term assets. We're talking in some cases 50 to 75-year assets on that portion. Now getting into the fleet budget is basically an in and out department. So they basically charge all of the other individual departments for the cost of services, similar to what IT services does across the county. So within that budget alone, for the fleet operating, as we get into that portion, 90% of the fleet operating budget essentially goes to Public Works. The other 9% goes to the ASB, and there's probably about 1% that goes to supporting the rest of the vehicles throughout the county. So that's, just some minor half tons and stuff like that. So the primary portion of what fleet supports is operating expenses for Public Works and ASB. Good? Excellent. Okay, so for the ASB budget, on the revenue portion, as I spoke to before, we have $214,000 is the primary grants that we get from the province. We are fortunate. We are one of the few municipalities in the province that does get the resource management grant portion, and therefore we have a healthy extension program right now. Some of the other sales of goods and services that's essentially quoted within here is essentially our rental of stuff like Brilliant seed drills and those types of items, as well as you can see from previous years the amount was higher. That was when we actually were still permitted to sell strychnine, and now the province has eliminated strychnine. From a cyclical standpoint, I'm sure that will probably come back, because it is probably, I'm not sure how many times in the history of ASB services the strychnine has come back because then the gophers get out of control, or Richardson ground squirrels, if you want to be technical. Moving on to the expenditures portion. So this basically covers off on what all of our core services portion is for the ASB, which is our roadside mowing, our weed control, any of our other pest control items. And then you can see from A1 through to A6, that basically represents all of those core activities that we essentially provide through that. Parks is another portion for that cutting and mowing and maintenance essentially of all those parks that we have throughout the region, whether that be in our hamlets or in our rural subdivisions. Another highlight one I'll touch on is for that resource management portion, that water and soil quality management activities, number A3. That is essentially where that resource management grant goes to. That is right now our environmental technician that we have working is Matthew Wells, and he does all kinds of activities throughout the countryside. And that's who propagates our newsletter and our information on that portion.
Claus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, with the increases that you have for 23, like especially in the parks operation maintenance, did you estimate a certain percentage?
So we took a look at what the operating expenses were and what we've seen for operating expenses that have risen from this year, whether that be capital expenditures or actual operating expenditures. And that's where you'll see quite a bit of increase across the board. If you look down at the services by other departments on the expenditures portion down at the bottom, E4, you will see that jump from 278 to 312. And that is indicative of the cost of the increase of all of our supplies across the board, as well as fuel and the cost of capital. We have seen very large increases in the price of equipment, as well as basically with the additional cost of fuel that's gone quite high this year. That is in turn caused a whole bunch of other services and supply costs to go up as well. Questions on the ASB budget?
Jeremy, there's a rather substantial jump in the safety. What would that pertain to?
So when I was reviewing the annual operating expenses for the safety program. So for the safety program, basically we bill wages and expenses essentially related to that based on the number of people who are attending toolbox meetings and so on. This was more just of an adjustment essentially if their wages were not being allocated essentially on a 3-year average to that basis. So that's the jump. The actual cost that we were billing to that specific activity was closer to $15,000 per year versus the $8,000 that had been budgeted previously.
Mr. Chairman, you'll see the safety program identified in most of the public works or public operations budgets, and that's partly to do with our core audit. So it is a requirement that we show that we are implementing a safety program. So as Jeremy mentioned, that includes wages for time spent at toolbox meetings, as well as training, that additional training that goes along with safety.
Yep. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just under farm shelter belts, is that program still in place where farmers can come in and get trees, or people in the county can come and get trees from the county? Is that, or what does that mean?
This would be one of those cleanup pieces that we haven't really gone to yet, essentially on this point. Previously, historically, that was phrased as farm shelter belts. We don't actually do any of that activity, or very, very little of the activity. Most of the shelter belt work we're doing right now is cleanup of existing, or ones that are intruding on the road allowance.
Claus?
I remember that when I just got into council, it's probably 5 years ago, I guess, that we were putting a lot of emphasis on the corners, like on the, that's not visible, like on the crossings. So what, are we still doing that program, or, I mean, or doing that work, or have we backed off from that?
So currently, we analyze site triangles, and we use traffic control on those different areas for those areas that we can't. I mean, lots of the blind corners per se are residences. So when you do have residences, lots of those trees and whatnot are on private property. We try to improve sight lines as much as we possibly can in some of these areas. In lots of cases, it's more of an improvement to essentially the road conditions as well, because then you won't essentially have snow catches or those blind corners. So there's kind of, it creates dual hazards with residences on the corner. But we're consistently just cleaning up the majority of the right-of-ways that we can, right? Making sure that we have as clear sight triangles as we can, and if not, then we'll put traffic control portions in place. So it's a continual challenge for sure across the countryside, especially with the majority of residences being on corners.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on that then, are you finding the new developments are adhering more to the 175-foot setback than the older ones had been, or is that being like enforced?
I'm seeing
That's
a better
not the right question for you, but
I will say that and kudos to the lands or the development department, is they have I mean, now that we have all those established setbacks and people are being held and adhere to those, we are seeing a lot better adherence to that, as well as when even to the case of when people are planting trees and whatnot, we're saying, you know, you need to set it back so much from the road allowance. You can't be on top of the road allowance. So I would say for new properties that are coming up, it is a huge improvement, and that is a kudos to the development department on an ongoing basis. So we are seeing a substantial increase in the difference of revenues to expenditures here. We have a 4.76% increase essentially for 2023, and then we have it a little bit more stable hopefully after that. This does incorporate all the increases that we've seen in terms of costing, but there is a sizable, you know, there's almost near a $50,000 increase. Oh, well, in that year. Okay. Okay. Anyway, you can see the increase essentially for this year being near 50,000. That's mostly based on the cost of materials and supplies, and like I said, capital expenditures and whatnot. Moving further down the road in 24 and 25, you're seeing a little bit more static. The one highlight that Jen just brought up was in the parks operations and maintenance. We have a little bit more of a jump in 2025 that we're expecting if the link pathway comes online, and then we're providing maintenance services essentially on that area. So as you can see,
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you were given a cap on the increase of, let's say, the 3% from last year, where would you look to cost savings in this budget?
in regards to the ASB department,
Yes.
that would be a question for council, which services you would like me to reduce. Essentially, this is based on our level of service essentially staying consistent from year to year to year. So that could be a question of when we're doing different roadside mowing programs, whether that's actually moving on to a second cut, will we reduce the amount of weed spraying we do in the region by 10%? I mean, there are always adjustments that we can essentially make essentially to reduce that, but then that's a question of council of which levels of service you would like to see decreased essentially to meet that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So all services within the ASB department are based on essentially a continual, there's no increases in the amount of services we're providing. This basically falls in line with our level of service document for what we're providing currently right now. Just going down to the expenditures, we know we have a 2% COLA increase incorporated into this. You don't necessarily see that 2% reflected on from 2022 to 2023 because we have done some staff adjustments essentially within there to basically to bring that a little bit tighter. Is there any questions on the ASB budget portion?
With that, Jeremy, I know there has been, as you just spoke to, some staffing changes. So within the current number of FTEs and the current allocation for salaries, you were able to make those changes. There was no additional staff added to that department or the other utilities department. I know just that there was some changes that had happened over last year.
The only significant change as far as what we have for the number of FTEs is I've hired an environmental services manager position, which is going to be split between the utilities department and the ASB. That's just more of a percentage shift. It's going to be 80% allocated to the utilities department, 20% to the ASB. So there is a slight increase in that. But what we looked at as far as the number of ASB is kind of tough because they don't necessarily have that many FTEs per se, because we don't keep people 12 months of the year for the Ag Services Department. These are primarily, a lot of them are seasonal employees. So this is just more of a shifting of allocations for those employees that basically brought it more in line to what it actually was.
Thank you. Klaus, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the FTEs that you have, what is how many do you have on FTE and how many are part-time?
Within ASB, we have two FTEs. So both the supervisor of ASB and the ASB fieldman are FTEs, and then the remainder of the staff are seasonals. So some of those seasonals are, like the environmental technician portion is, we have that almost as an FTE, but it's not essentially there. And that's a parameter within our union contract. As soon as a employee is giving full-time status, then they become eligible for pension and so on. So then there's an increased cost essentially on their burden rate at that point. Good to go?
Thanks, Jeremy.
All right. So, and we can always cycle back to any of these operations departments as we go along. So for the public works budget, this will, fleet services. The fleet services department covers off and basically charges back to each of the operating departments for whether that be a cost of capital recovery or if that's cost of their operating cost. And that would be operating costs for all the supplies, services, fuels, and so on that are essentially allotted to that. So under the revenues that are essentially there for R1, the sales of goods and services, we provide fuel to Palliser regional schools for their buses that are parked at our Picture Butte lot, as well as we have some that fill up at the Coaldale location as well. So we do some fuel sales to them, and that's basically indicated by that portion. Now, as far as the services to other departments, this is where you're going to see your largest jump from 3.394 to 3.951, and that is primarily based on fuel costs, capital costs, supply costs, and so on. So we have seen 10% or more across the board on just about everything. Fuel in previous years, we had budgeted fuel last year for $900,000. Even going at near the end of this year, we're almost nearing 1.2. And so we've adjusted the fuel rate portion, and that will be in the descriptor sheet below. We've adjusted the fuel portion by almost $300,000 based on what the usage is, as well as what we've seen as far as increases in fuel prices. And I would love to say that I could predict fuel prices, but the Russians are messing with us. It's another form of economic sabotage. I guess I'm live saying that, so I'll probably be quoted now. For now. I'm on the list.
Jeremy, thank you.
Banned from Russia.
Banned from Russia. There's lots of Canadians I see that are banned already, so. As far as moving on to the expenditures in salaries, wages, and benefits, we have not changed. We have 3 FTEs within this department. That portion has not changed. You're just seeing essentially a COLA increase within there. Contracted general services, we've seen some large increases in essentially a bunch of those smaller pieces that we contract out. Everyone's costs are rising across the board, and those are reflected there. The large increase, obviously, in the material supplies and operating costs, that's where we've seen those large increases as far as fuel.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what are the COLA increases in this year?
There is
Percent-wise?
2%.
You're just,
Just a flat 2%?
We just put a flat 2%
Okay.
on this.
Go ahead, Jen.
Just to clarify, we did add 2% COLA to wages, but there are adjustments there for benefits as well. So we did have, in some cases, the benefits did go down, and we also were locked in on a couple rates, so they stayed flat. So you might not see a straight 2%. Also, there may be opportunity for merit increases if they haven't maxed out on their band, so that is incorporated where applicable as well. So it's not going to be just 2% on top of last year. There's some factors within that, just for clarity.
Yes, if you're doing the calculation, it will never be a flat 2% based on pensions, benefits, all those pieces that are somewhat variable year to year. Moving down, safety program, similar to the ASB, that's just a charge essentially for them being involved essentially in our core program, as well as all of the toolbox meetings and other hazard assessments and safety activities and training that we do along that portion. And the transfers to reserves, that portion you'll see is I thought we had a larger. Oh, that's all in the operating expense. Okay, the transfers to reserve, that basically is a reallocation essentially for costs from other departments to cover off on the cost of capital. I'm just gonna scroll down. Now, these are the rates, and these are essentially the expenses that we forecasted going to each of the different departments as far as for fleet services. You can see small incremental increases essentially for the executive office, assessment, finance, and admin. Then you can see a large jump in ag services. That's, like I said, lots of that's due to the cost of capital and supplies. And then the largest increase you can see is on public works, which is almost over a $500,000 increase.
Sorry, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a quick question, Jeremy. Those rates or the charges you put back, are those based on actual usage? Or are there any component in there that's reflected of the cost of the machine to the rate?
We have two components that we basically represent. We represent a portion which is the cost of capital within all of our fleet rates. So we have a capital recovery rate that basically we are doing a projected future value and then basically amortizing what that cost is per year based on that unit piece of equipment. A grader, for example, the cost of capital of one grader is $70,000 per year, roughly. So that goes just across the board for those types of units, and then it's broken down per type of equipment. Then on the operating and maintenance side, that is basically we have a charge out rate that essentially goes per piece of equipment, that basically when employees actually use that piece of equipment, then we base it on averages to an extent, but then it's basically an operating cost is charged back to that department for all those costs of use. So primarily fuel is the largest portion that goes into that, but then this covers off on all of their services, projected maintenance, and so on. So there is a capital portion, then there's an O&M portion.
So can I just follow up then? So then if you look, say, for instance, it's the assessment department and executive office, do those really reflect the true cost of having a vehicle available for that? I mean, when you look at $3,600 for assessment, that seems kind of out of line for what that department may do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, is he not out of the office that much, or like, I'm just thinking, is it a separate vehicle, or how does that work?
Go ahead.
I was gonna, so between assessment, finance, infrastructure and planning, there's 2 trucks here that are split between those 4 departments. And so we just split it evenly amongst them. We could adjust that, obviously, but we thought in fairness, we would just, because it just depends on when it's available and who can use it. So there's one vehicle specifically assigned to assessment or one vehicle assigned to planning and development. They're sort of administrative vehicles, so we just split them between those 4 departments. And then the executive office has the Explorer all under their own department. Does that help?
Yeah, I'm just was relating it to the cost of the vehicle, like the $3,680 doesn't really seem to justify the cost of having that vehicle, but I'm just wondering
We
how
also
that
have the
works.
enterprise program too, so the replacement cost isn't as high because it's on that rotating schedule with enterprise. So the capital portions.
Yeah, the capital portion will be a bit lower, and this is also based on an estimate, and we have reduced the number of units that are essentially originally for assessment, finance, and admin, infrastructure services, and planning and development. We had almost 4 vehicles here in the parking lot. Now we're down to 2, essentially for those. So we've reduced that, and then we've added those to the enterprise portion to try and reduce the long-term capital cost on those, as well as it'll reduce some of the overall O&M long-term as well, because we won't be getting into tire changes, and it only has maybe 1 or 2 services before then it gets cycled out.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, substantial increases in the fleet department, and that is based on what we've seen across the marketplace. Now, I'm optimistic in that fleet costs will stabilize after a high inflationary year, but I cannot predict what that might be. One of our best case scenarios would be if the value of the American dollar actually drops slightly, even if it dropped by 10%, then we would see a substantial benefit and reflection in the cost of equipment. But it hasn't moved for the better part of 10 years now. I guess I could do this instead if I listen to me scroll. Oh. Page down. Okay, moving on to Public Works. So the grants portion is based on what the BMTG is, the Basic Municipal Transportation Grant. We get that allocated per year. That is just an allocation through the MSI. On the sales of goods and services, you can see a large increase from in there. One of the things that we did do within that budget line in particular is, and this will come up in our schedule of fees discussion, is we took the cost we were charging for calcium right now was $5 per lineal meter. That cost had not actually been indexed or increased at all in the last 5 years. And then with rising trucking costs essentially and the cost of product, we had designated for the 2023 year to raise that cost to $6 per lineal meter. But that is a council decision essentially, whether or not that would be there. And that made about a $100,000 change in that budget amount.
And what is that split, Jeremy? Is that still 50% borne by the county, 50% borne by the ratepayer, or how does that work?
Yep. So currently right now it's at $5 per lineal meter. It's roughly about a 50-50. Now it might be 58, or sorry, it might be 52, 48, something to that effect, but it's relatively close to 50-50. Now as we see all those increased costs, like I said, plus indexing cost, we haven't changed our rate in 5 years, so I'm looking at this as more of a,
Yep.
you know, what should have happened is probably in 2020 we raised it by 50 cents, and then now we'd be raising it by another 50 cents, but we didn't make that change at the time.
Are you aware of what neighboring municipalities would offer as far as a dust control program? Are we in line or similar to what other municipalities would do in that regard, or?
We're very similar. In some cases, in some municipalities, I've seen as I reviewed some of their rates for 2022, some had raised theirs by quite a bit more. I think one of the ones in particular I saw in the Red Deer area had raised theirs to almost $7 per lineal meter. So, and programs vary across the region. Rocky View County, who I used to deal with, used to do their first application for free, and then they would charge anybody that wanted the second application. So, I mean, there's a variety of different programs that are throughout the province. Where our cost is right now is relatively in line. Most municipalities are doing somewhere near a 50-50 split.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that is a substantial increase, and like I said, that would be $100,000 of revenue that we would essentially have from our users. Now, for that amount that we have, as we talk about that portion, we have seen a substantial increase year to year as well in the use of the dust control program. For our revenues in previous years, we were at 300, right, just a little bit under 300,000. This past year, we were at 360. So we've seen a large uptick in that cost, and that cost is borne essentially goes into the tax support as well. Some of the other revenue items, these are just all relatively, I would have to look at the specific line item, but these are just small costs across the board. Some of this is permit fees and approach fees and items of that nature. Transfers from reserves. So every second year, we essentially do a transfer from reserves for $40,000 for line painting activities. That's why you won't see it represented in 2022 and 2024. And then the tax revenue transfer portion, the $705,000, that is the debt and interest payment for the haul route network. Any questions on the revenue sources?
Good.
Is there just does that need to be a parking lot item for the schedule of fees dust control item?
Would council like to have that discussion?
Thank you, Monsieur. I think I would like to have the discussion, then go into a little bit of detail about especially the dust control.
what?
Dust control.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I have a question. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank you,
you
Mr.
have
Chair.
to,
No.
I'm out of it today, sorry.
That's okay. Just under R5 for revenues, your tax revenue transfer, so finance transfers or the county transfers to you the revenue to pay the debt for the debenture for the Hall Road network, or the business? I don't,
I can,
Go ahead, Jen.
is there a reason why it goes that way instead of just the county paying it, or?
yeah, Counselor Hickey through the chair. So when we looked at the market access network sheet, that was within the capital budget, there was that transfer to the market access network reserve. So that's the whole, I guess, all of it goes to, it's all collected at once at 2.15, and then the 705 needs to be brought into operating so that it can fund the debt, because the debt comes through operating. So we could change how we show that, if you like, in the budget. That's kind of what I was asking the other day. If I can move the market access network portion into the operating budget so it doesn't show like we're collecting twice. We're not collecting twice, but we do have to pull it in to offset that expense. Otherwise, it's going to show up as a tax supported item. So I have to show it coming into operating at some point.
Yeah, I understand that. I just wondered why you send it to another department first instead of just paying it out of a general
Oh.
account. Like, I didn't follow the reason, I guess, that way.
That's more in accounting. So it has to go somewhere, and the market access network or the haul roads fall under Public Works' purview. So that's why it's in that department.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 705,000 is that the debenture that we have, and that of course stays the same all the time. So when are we gonna see a change in interest on that one?
Not,
So that is,
That's a static cost.
okay.
Within the appendix, there's a bit of a debt schedule in there, and you can see what the 5 draws look like, what the interest was for each of those draws, and then what year that the payment is, last year of payment for each.
All right, so that concludes the revenues portion. Now moving on to the expenditures, this is where you'll see lots of the increases as far as costs. A1 gravelled roads, we're moving from 6.8 to 7.4. That is mainly due to the cost of capital and the cost of supplies. This line item basically covers off on grading, graveling, construction, base stabilization activities, as well as snow plowing activities for graders in the winter, as well as our residential dust control program and our maintenance dust control program. Moving down to A2, the ACP and cold mix roads, not as large an increase across the board on that, but we are seeing increased costs as far as the cost of any kind of oil residuals and so on, which is primarily what's cost of that portion. The tonnage cost for hot mix and stuff like that, if we were to do some hot mix patching, has gone up a fair bit. Moving down into drainage, this is more an indication of, again, the cost of fuel, fuel and supplies going into that. Primarily, there is the cost of culverts has gone up substantially. We've seen almost a 20% increase in the cost of steel. So that's been reflected in the cost of the culverts going into the drainage program. Moving down to signs and bridges, we've got a slight correction essentially on that portion where we've reviewed the activity portion, and we've been able to reduce essentially that activity to an extent. Just a small decrease though. On the general work side.
just one sec, Jeremy.
Yep.
Go ahead,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we discussed bridges and culverts on Tuesday in capital, and now we're in operations. Can you, how do those two fit together?
Okay. So bridges and culverts from an infrastructure standpoint, for what Devin basically brings forward, those are bridge size culverts or span bridges. So anything over 1,500 mil in size is essentially classified as a bridge file, and that becomes an infrastructure project. For all the things contained within this drainage portion that we do for culverts, this would be all of your approaches, center lines, anything smaller than 1,500 would be what our crew replaces. So any of the large irrigation catchments or drains that exist throughout the area. Lots of those are 1,200 mil. We've been doing lots of replacements on all of those. So that's primarily its maintenance culverts throughout the area. And we have north of 4,000 culverts essentially throughout the municipality. On the signs and bridges and garbage cleanup, just touching back on that, that's, like I said, we've reduced the cost essentially we're putting into signage based on that, and that's more of a evaluation of the activity-based costing. The activity wasn't meeting essentially that threshold, so we reduced how much was going into that activity. Moving into general work, slight increase in that. That's mostly due to we're doing more cost capture essentially within the general work, which is off-season work for staff that doesn't necessarily fall within a maintenance activity to graveled roads. On the safety program, that has stayed relatively static across the board. We have Public Works has the largest number of employees, so they have the largest portion of the safety program in general because of the large staff numbers. And on the transfers to reserves, that makes up a number of different debt payments, not debt payments. Not the transfers to reserves. The debenture principal and interest costs, that's basically all of our reserve portions, essentially targeted within that. Market Access Network and Duncan. Yep. The transfers to reserves, that portion is for a couple smaller reserve items we have, which are Public Works based, whether that be drainage. We did have a snow reserve, which we're comfortable with, so we've reallocated that to other Public Works projects. It's a small reserve item, essentially, but definitely for costs that we will see incurred in the future. So the percentage increase is substantial. It's the largest one I'm sure you might see today at 6.65%. And then you can see in subsequent years in 2024 and 2025, hopefully that cost will stabilize, but I'm not making any guarantees on what the price of equipment might do or what the price of fuel might end up affecting here in the next 3 years. This is the post-COVID hangover, essentially.
Claus and Lauren?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, like what goes transferred to reserves and everything, like especially with, of course, with fuel and then, of course, the snow removal, that could really vary from year to year. What portion of the reserve do you have in access to, like, say, if you get a real bad year for snow removal?
So for the snow portion, it's almost near $1 million right now as far as that reserve amount. So in my estimation, I said that should cover off on several large events. So then we diverted that funding reserve portion to other future road work, gravel purchasing, and drainage projects. And that's, if you look on this page that I have up here, A9 kind of talks to that transfers to reserves. Now, and these are not large amounts by any means. I mean, it's 50,000 here, 75,000 there. It's not large amounts, so we're not building anything more than reserves that should hopefully bridge any costs in that regard.
Lauren?
Or John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a question for you, underneath the A4, the signs, bridges, and are there any bridges in here that we talked about, or culvert replacement? Is that in that 336,000?
That's bridge maintenance, so this would be us fixing any guardrails and stuff like that that get damaged, which happens on a more frequent basis than I'd like to say.
It does, yes. So, where do if we put in a new culvert, I don't see anything or a bridge, I don't see anything in infrastructure's budget. Where does that go? Like, did we not have some scheduled for this year?
That's capital. Any of the bridge files that are done, whether that be span bridges or culverts, essentially go into the capital budget.
And then it becomes transferred to you?
It becomes a long-term maintenance project for us, yes. So any of the long-term costs associated with that from over its life cycle then become part of ours. part of the operating budget.
We're on page 81, John. We've gone through, so we started on page 70 today, and Jeremy is working his way through his various operating budgets. We did have a short conversation on the capital parking lot items. There were a couple updates that staff provided. Can you just flip that page back for a sec, Jen, please? So on the Westview Road discussion, Devin provided us some traffic numbers for that section of the road. So in the budget, it's currently a base and pave for the first section, Devin, or what's currently
Correct, up to the Calvin Christian
up to the Calvin
School,
Christian
yeah.
School. So Devin provided some traffic count numbers, and I'm sure we can bring those up again for further discussion. And then on the CP Road one, Devin again reached out to CP Road, and they had no interest in contributing in any way to an upgrade of that road. They are aware of what the county's potential intentions are, but there was no appetite from them. And then as far as the regional emergency management, we're gonna talk about that later yet. We didn't touch on that.
Good. Just going to add in a little bit more to Councillor Hickey's question. So any capital expenditure that basically goes on, as soon as that capital project is completed, essentially, then that becomes an operating job to essentially take care of that. So whether you build a paved road surface, hopefully the surface is good for several years, but then we begin the maintenance cycling on that, which would be the line painting, the spray patching, things that are post-warranty essentially on any of those items. So any capital asset that is built, then basically that life cycle costing all goes into the operating budget. And that's where sometimes in delaying capital expenditures, then you basically increase your operating budget. So it becomes this kind of juggling game lots of times as well, as you say, well, we can't necessarily do the capital portion, but then we need to increase our operating expense because we have more deterioration, especially when you're getting to the end of life cycles.
Jeremy, would we be able to add the A1, the gravel roads, to our parking lot discussion? I know yesterday Councillor Zeenstra mentioned he'd like to have that discussion because I'm presuming that's directly tied to our level of service. So maybe we could have a brief discussion on that when he gets back.
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course. The one portion I will mention too as well in this gravel road portion, this is basically keeping our level of service what we've had currently moving into the next year. So in some of our workshop discussions, we did discuss increasing the budget line as far as the base stabilization work. That is not reflected essentially in what this is. So this is just cost increases to what our current services are. So if we want to make an adjustment as far as that level of service and increase that base stabilization portion, I'd probably have to increase that gravel road budget by $300,000 to $400,000.
So when we have that, if we have that discussion, would you have the ability to create some scenarios for us and what that might look like then?
Yep.
Thank you. Ann?
And Jen has done a good overall scenario at the end to show council's desires and requests and how it would affect the bottom line tax rate. So we'll be able to see that at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. You're gonna run the wheel? Okay. Was there any further questions on the public works? I know it is the largest operating expense. It is the largest tax support portion that we do have.
Yeah, I have a question. As far as a road, so a road construction project, like say a rebuilding of a gravel road, a rehabilitation of a gravel road, where does that fit into the overall budget? Is that, those aren't capital projects, I don't believe, but how does that work into the budget? Is that operating then?
So we have a set budget for our construction program, basically in rehabilitating or rebuilding or buildings, in some cases building roadways. So once those projects are completed, depending on what the threshold is, it could become, in the case of some of the ones that we did Several years ago, we improved some in and around the VRP feedlot. Those were actual road builds. The total cost on each of those was $200,000 to $250,000 per mile for our construction project, construction crew to go in and do those builds. Then we would capitalize that portion. Now, for smaller activities, if we're doing shoulder pulls or more of a rehabilitation work, then those would just go in as an improvement essentially on those roadways. It doesn't become capitalized.
Claus?
So what is the difference between the reconstruction and the new road builds?
Lots of times with the rehabs, and it's a rehabilitation essentially of taking that roadway, ripping it, bringing the width back into a normal distance. It's just not a very large cost of moving material essentially at that point. When we move into the builds, that's when we're putting our scrapers and stuff like out there, and we are taking road borrow from shoulders or fields or sometimes hills and using that basically to build up the structure of that roadway. And there are a number of roads across the county that have a very low profile essentially at this point. They were built for smaller traffic of the day.
Do those projects present themselves through the asset management plan, or how are those projects prioritized?
We use field level analysis as well as looking at the asset management plan, essentially to determine where some of those are. And then some of it is a question of where we see development as well. In the case of, I get lots of things that come through from the NRCB. In particular, I've got a section or a 25,000 head feedlot going in right next to another 25,000 head feedlot, and there is an undeveloped road literally right on the edge of it. So then that's a question of where do we need to be? Do we need to go in there and build a road structure essentially for that on an undeveloped road allowance at this point, or do we do improvements to some other ones in the area? It's an ongoing moving picture. As business and growth expands, then we need to be proactive and essentially watching where that expansion is and upgrading roadways essentially to meet that ongoing demand that's out there.
Thank you. Lauren?
Thank you. So just to follow up a little further on that, like whereas we have an industry that would move in, that goes through a permitting process at the county, so you kind of automatically know what the infrastructure would be for that. Whereas the NRCB, I don't know whether you get enough of advance notice to know whether or not that should be something you have to look at as a capital expenditure or rebuilding a road, or I think it makes it more difficult. So how do you kind of deal with that?
I definitely concur with that comment, that with the NRCB, you don't have time to plan for essentially where that expansion is. You can only realistically look at where you're at from day one. So from day one to the next year, you basically have to go, all right, even if that structure goes in, sometimes that might take a year or 2 years, essentially once you get that notification for something as large of an expansion, like I said, as a 25,000 head feedlot. But then that's a question of, an evaluation. And sometimes it's an evaluation ongoing too, is do we actually need to build this roadway, or do we just need to improve something else essentially in the general vicinity? So it does become something that becomes kind of a wild card essentially at times, is because of that growth, and especially with just on a larger component size with irrigation expansion. With irrigation expansion, there's obviously going to become more burden on the roadways. Now, whether or not this area has primarily been has the largest number of confined feeding operations in all of Alberta, do I expect that to expand with irrigation expansion? Of course I do. Do I know where each of those are going to go at this point? That's a portion that I don't know. So having a good construction program, being able to target where those areas are, even looking future down the road. I mean, we're looking at 3 to 5 year to 10-year plans to essentially improve roadways on an ongoing basis. Now, is there room within that? We're always looking at how do you slide something like having to develop 2 miles of undeveloped road allowance. That one's a little bit of a rare case, but it might be the question of, has the roadway to specific operations been upgraded to an extent that it's actually a good viable road for that operation activity? That would be something along the lines of what we did with, around the VRP North Lot a couple years ago, basically, where we identified access to major highway, but a very low-grade roadway essentially to that operation. Is there any further questions on the public works portion, or gravel roads being the big item?
I think we're
Okay.
good there, Jeremy.
Okay, moving down to utilities, and
Jer-
as we,
Maybe with that, Jeremy, why don't we take a short break then? Why don't we break till 10:30? We're about halfway through, so why don't we break for 10 minutes? And we can start utilities at 10:30.
okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
I was gonna send you an email.
No, I just have a tumor.
Tumor. It's not a tumor.
You know what? It's kind of like I said.
You know me, I'm all about Christmas. I don't know.
Arguments can be made both ways.
You know how much I love Christmas?
How much do you love Christmas?
I'm flying to Phoenix.
I was gonna say you're gonna leave me. That was gonna be
Whenever you're ready, Maddie.
Utilities.
Floor is yours, Jeremy.
Excellent. So to resume the last part of the operating budget for the utilities department. So the utilities department is for all of our water and wastewater services that we provide to both the hamlets and some of our regional partners. So this is fairly widespread and a very, very important part of maintaining what we have in the area, because people want access to water, and in some cases people want access to hamlets where they can flush their toilets. So going into the revenues. Yeah, I know. Okay, so into the revenue portion. As I kind of talked about before, primarily the utilities department is a user pay system. What we've done essentially within the utilities budget is always have essentially greater revenues than expenditures, and then having a portion within the expenditures or within the expenditures becomes a transfer to reserves for long-term infrastructure projects. So on the revenue side, we don't get any grants for the utilities department. This is, like I said, it's a user fee system. On the sales of goods and services, that is an indication of all of the water and wastewater sales. Now, we're not selling the wastewater, but it's part of the cost that essentially is associated to the billing on that portion. The largest portion of this, though, is the water purchasing, or sorry, the water sales to the different users. So whether that be the hamlets or the regional partners, that is essentially within there. Now, I will also add in, when we get into the expenditures portion, the city of Lethbridge has informed us that they are going to put a 2% increase on the cost of water that basically gets distributed. And all of our water right now comes from the city.
Thank you. This is not the co-ops included, right?
This includes the co-ops, so this will include sales for your users, because they get billed per cube of water.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we're looking at your sales of goods and services, I noticed there's a pretty substantial increase between 2022 and 2023. Is that just because we've had more users come on board, or is that because of increased cost of goods?
That is more of an increase to what we see in actual usage. So whether that be McCain's doing more processing, which is our largest water purchaser, whether that's more customers coming online. So there's a percentage of this that is actually looking at growth essentially throughout the area as well. Usage has gone up. Yep.
And the rate.
Is there
And the rate and a rate increase is essentially incorporated into that as well.
right? How can I know it's not really related to the budget, but just more for curiosity's sake, is there? Can you give us an idea of what ratio that increase is? Is it majority extra usage, or is it 60-40, or do you know?
I'd be speculating off the top of my head. I couldn't tell you specifically. I know just in the revenue portion alone, I estimate at least 2% growth essentially as part of that. So that would essentially equate to an additional 30,000 or 60,000 alone right there. So that would make up half of that portion right now. The rest could be a combination of user fees and whatnot, or just usage. These are estimates too, right? This does vary year to year. We've seen in this that on a 3-year averaging trend, you'll see different peaks and valleys essentially on this, depending on how much people are watering their lawns even. So. Yeah. And we do have, I know I've heard concerns from acreage owners about how expensive it is to water their lawn, and I'm like, you don't water your lawn with potable water. Okay, so moving down, other revenue, those are just some small fees and stuff that we collect. On the service agreements portion, you'll see a slight increase, or not as much a slight increase. We have ongoing MOUs with both the North Co-op and the South Co-op as some other regional agreements. There is also a new one coming into this, which would be a service agreement with the Iron Springs Water Association, which we weren't capturing before.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the co-ops and everything, are they revenue neutral?
The co-ops are their own business entities, so however they essentially fund themselves, that's kind of within their purview. We don't necessarily affect that. We just provide the services for water testing and water quality to assure all the AEP requirements are being met. So as far as the co-op's financial situation, that is on them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said we're doing what with Iron Springs water, and what did they do previously?
So previously, Iron Springs Water Association only was paying for the cost of their consumption of water. So one in my review of different costs we had throughout the area, a typical hamlet residence, so let's take Turin for example. Turin pays a base rate for essentially what their water is, or for the base rate to have water, for services and so on, and then they pay for consumption on top of that. Iron Springs was only paying half of that portion because they were only paying the consumption portion. They weren't actually paying any kind of base rate to any of those residences. So it was a bit of a discovery moment, and then I basically had to look at what that actual cost was, because we were not getting full cost recovery essentially from them for the services being provided.
Okay, and the base rate also includes money to reserves or
Reserves.
infrastructure, whatever?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
And we will have and one thing to keep in mind with these revenues as well is we do have a utility rates bylaw that will get passed in 2023 in January, and that might cause these numbers to essentially move a little bit as well. Probably more on the sales of goods and services side, depending on what council approves for those increases essentially. And as I said, 2% alone is what the city has raised their cost of consumption right now. And then I believe they do also have a new rate coming online for new developments that would have an additional capital surcharge on that as well. Operating surcharge. Good. Now we are a very large volume water user, and we do get a beneficial rate essentially from the city based on our consumption, because we are almost we're in the mid-third tier essentially, I would say, of essentially their water scale. So it gets cheaper the more volume you use, and we definitely benefit from that. Okay, local improvement taxes and requisitions. I can't remember specifically what each of those are off the top of my head.
I don't know, I can't recall each of the individual ones, but basically those are bylaws that are in place that council is collecting, or there's a bylaw against it, so we can collect a local improvement tax on those properties. So we collect it, and then it pays back the borrowing that we did to put those services in at the time. Some of them are quite a few years older. They've been in there since I started. So I think Shaughnessy is one of the newest ones that's we're collecting on.
Okay. And you'll see that as a reciprocal portion down in the debenture principal and interest. So basically those local improvement taxes are basically in place to essentially cover what our debt is and our interest costs on those. And that's line A9.
They're actually set up as a receivable, but
Yep. So R4 and A9 basically become moving accounts. We collect the revenue from individuals through the local improvement tax, and then we pay for the debenture interest and principal. Transfers to reserves. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's not a straight in-out transaction, though. There's about 40-odd thousand, 50,000, 51,000. That's a little higher.
I'm just going to make a correction there. The local improvement tax is actually set up as a receivable, so you'll see it in our reserves, and that's reduced every year. So the auditors wanted to see it on the books so we collect it as a receivable, and then we reduce that portion, because there's only, I think, a couple that the debt applies to in that case. So,
Yep.
And then the rest of the debenture principal interest, the majority of that is the McCain's, and then there's a few other debt that fall under water and sewer over the past few years. I mentioned it earlier. I don't think you were here yet, Councillor Curvis, but at the end of the document under the appendix is a debt schedule, and it shows all of the debt there and what they're for. So yeah, so it's probably actually more showing up in this transfers to reserves line because I'm reducing the receivable that was set up for it, those local improvements. It's an accounting entry.
And as you'll see, as we trend from 2023 to the end of 2025, the McCain's debenture, which is one of our larger ones, essentially becomes due. So that 327,925 essentially becomes off the books essentially in 2025 as something that we're funding, as well as there's a couple other small debts that we have that basically expire in 2025 as well. So that will increase the amount of money we have to put towards future reserves for utility projects. So moving down into the expenditures essentially cover off on all of our activities that we have through the departments. So whether that's all of our AEP requirements for water testing and so on. So this covers off on all their salaries are incorporated essentially into all those expenditure accounts across pretty much that whole department, or across basically A1 to A7 primarily. So on the water treatment side, we've seen slight increases as far as that goes. That's more chemicals, more costly chemicals and pieces like that. On the water distribution side, we obviously have a large increase in that one, and that's based primarily on the usage. So with that 2%, increase, and with some of the other inflationary increases we've seen, there's a increased cost essentially for our water distribution. On our wastewater treatment, this is relatively static essentially for right now. As far as an increase, there's a 2%, or sorry, there's more than 2% increase on that. I think it's at 3, but anyway, that is staying relatively static on that line. On the truck fill stations, that is just the ongoing cost of essentially running those facilities. On the
they're also essentially net zero. They're recovering every bit that they're costing.
Well, we are doing further evaluations on what our long-term assets are, right? You know, obviously I can't give you a 100% answer that we're recovering all costs and being prepared for the future, but I mean, we do have a fairly healthy reserve. This is covering essentially all of our costs right now for operating. Yep.
Thanks. So the revenue generated from the truck fill stations would be lumped in with the sales of goods and services then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And similarly, truck fill rates, those will be one of the things that will be brought forward during the utility rates bylaw portion as well. Moving down into garbage and raw water, this is the raw water portion we're going to have removed. On the garbage portion, we have for our hamlets, we have agreements with the town of Colehurst that does garbage pickup for our couple of our hamlets. So Diamond City, Shaughnessy, Fairview, Sunset Acres, and Mountain Meadows, I believe, all basically fall within that service agreement with Colehurst. It's very, very effective essentially for us to not own a garbage truck. And I have looked at that cost evaluation, and garbage trucks are absolutely horrible to run. So, okay, going down, we got a small portion there for custom work. That's just more of a estimate per year of what we might need. On the safety program per year, the same thing. We've got 5 employees, 5 full-time employees within that department. So that's basically a reflection on some of their safety training. One thing, especially on the utility side, is, and one thing we're going to be looking at here going into the future is, you know, professional development for staff, staying up on all the new AUP requirements. We had lead program was introduced here back in 2022, so now we have to do our lead testing requirements. So there is ongoing water quality assurance development that basically our staff are not necessarily, it's not optional, it's a you must have. So that is an ongoing portion of training as well. On the regional waste requisition, this is what I kind of spoke to earlier. That said, you know, we do a requisition of approximately $60 per individual, 10,000 people in the county, so it's a $600,000 expense we essentially do for our transfer stations. Yep. And then going on to our debenture, principal and interest, like I said, that if you look at the schedule of debt, I want to say schedule of fees, but it's our schedule of our debts. You'll see numerous little water line portions or wastewater upgrades essentially throughout there, and lots of those are being recovered through a local improvement tax. And then at the end, once we look at all of our revenues and we take off our expenditures, then we have a transfers to reserves portion. And this is a portion that I'll be looking at more closely here in the coming years to make sure that we have enough equity essentially built within that to essentially build for long-term utilities as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That transfer to reserves, dropping it by 60-ish thousand, then coming back up a little, and then $100,000 jump. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Okay. So as we have different debts and stuff like that that come off, then that is allowed to increase, because then we're not essentially funding what those debts are, and then we'll have a larger portion of fund transfer to reserves. As far as going into this year, we could increase some of on our sales side, we could increase that to essentially become more further ahead essentially on building reserves for future utility projects. So there's always that option that you could change that ratio essentially of what that is.
Yes, on that, it almost, or the appearance could be that we're not maintaining with inflation if we're not putting that equal amount into reserves or inflationary amount from last year.
Very, very, very true, and that's something that I'm trying to basically get a good handle on. These are, the one thing with utilities is they are very much long-term assets, so then it is a question of what do you need as far as percentage increases to get to, 25 years down the road. We're looking very far into the future as far as lots of these assets, but it's a larger, long-range picture that we need to build essentially as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I look at the 2023 plan versus the 2022 and future, I guess what I'm seeing here is that you've presented a budget that has zero increase, and the transfer to the reserves essentially is the one line item that has lowered in order to accommodate the extra cost of inflation for the operations. That is, if that would be completely accurate with what I'm seeing then.
Partially, yeah.
Because our revenues are up a little bit, but our expenses are up concurrently, and what I see here is just an effort to not pass on, for the short term, to our taxpayers or actually, anybody that's buying water and services from us, the extra amount that the operations are costing for the next year or two.
We don't have a utility, council doesn't approve the utilities rate until later on, so there is that opportunity that we can look at all of those costs and say, we're gonna put inflationary increases on everything. And what that inflationary increase is, I don't wanna speculate on what that percentage point should be essentially right now, but I would definitely concur with you in the fact that we probably need to raise our utility rates more substantially this year than any previous years. We have essentially tried to stay static across the board in conjunction with what the city increases have been, but that's not necessarily going to create enough revenue capture for us. And I have been looking at what other regional systems, because we are primarily a regional system supported by a large water plant. I mean, the city of Lethbridge provides us with the water. So I am looking at what those costs are for other regional users. So whether that's the County of Newell or the MD of Tabor or Willow Creek, I mean, what they're charging essentially, so we can stay competitive, because we don't want to be too far out, but we also need to be conscious of, these are, we need to be able to build reserves as well as part of this budget that are actually going to meet what our long-term requirements are. Exactly. Yeah. And when we talk about, like even with some of the potential projects we have with, like a McCain's pipeline, we have a commission where Coaldale and us split an asset essentially to provide water in between there. you know, that asset value has changed quite a bit as well, right? From the initial purchase, I mean, even just talking with irrigation districts, I mean, their cost on pipe alone has gone up 20%. Well, we're gonna have to do a correction within ours, because if we're looking at a standard rate of inflation of 2%, which would be a nice average to stay on, we'd be in pretty good shape. But when you have these 10% bumps or 20% bumps, then we could be looking at not enough money essentially there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you just said that you are comparing the rates and everything to like the Willow Creek to Newell. So where do they get their numbers from? And do we trust that because they probably went to different MDs and counties to get their numbers. So I'm kind of wondering, where did the whole thing come from?
That's a great question. And I'd love to say I have a very much more elaborate evaluation, but it is something that I'm working on. There's a lot of numbers to go through, and there's a lot of cost evaluation, because every system is essentially different. And I mean, even for, you know, I don't want to create a whole tiered portion of different utility rates across the whole county, right? Because I mean, for us to get water to Diamond City is a lot cheaper than for us to get water to Turin, but are we going to charge Diamond City less for consumption and then charge Turin something higher inflated, right? We're trying to keep it relatively static across the board as far as those rates, but finding out and evaluating what those cost points are is something that I'm working on. I mean, it has been something that, yes, I mean, I always ask the question why as well. And previously I would get some answers and I'd be like, no, that's not it. Go back to the drawing board. But it is something that I'm working on. No, don't say that. Yes, I mean, I'm not going to requote Anne, but definitely through the course of looking at, I've been going back and I'm pouring over the past 10 years of utility rate bylaws, and there's a lot of inconsistencies for what, you know, probably should have been some cost captured during that time. Even in something as large asset as the McCain's one is, from 2012, they've got a capital recovery surcharge on there of 19 cents per cube. Well, we're in 2022 and it's 23 cents per cube, and that's something that does not equate. I don't want to frighten people with large increases, but you know, we have to pay for what the system is.
So in reality, you probably don't want to rock the boat, and you're just going to go with these because then you can't go wrong because the other ones are doing the same thing.
Oh no, I have no problem rocking the boat. I mean, I believe in user pay systems, right? I mean, if this is the cost, this is what we need to get to. And like I said, the hardest part with utilities, though, I mean, especially on the reserve portion, is knowing where and what point you need to basically be having money ready for assets, on large assets. I mean, as a general rule of thumb, I mean, everybody forgets about what's buried in the ground. They know what the road looks like, and they're always asking about, you know, what's that improvement going to be. But if the pipeline, nobody's even thinking about that. Yeah, until it quits.
Thank you. So I think one thing, Jeremy, that I remember is when the Coaldale and Lethbridge portion of the McCain line, they actually reduced the rate they were charging to set aside for replacement because they thought the life expectancy of the pipe was going to be considerably greater than the 25 years. So that may be fine to the people getting the water, but that doesn't do anything to going towards replacing things. So I think the commission kind of needs to be brought up to snuff on that.
Oh, I definitely don't disagree with that portion, but you're also dealing with the commission and us being one of two partners. I mean, I can tell Coaldale till I'm blue in the face that you need to have this much ready for whenever we need to have that asset replaced 50 years from now, because it is I think it's a 75-year asset is what we have it down for. So 50 years from now, you better have roughly about this much money. We're planning on having that, but whether or not they actually do that is kind of like whether or not they honor their agreement. Is there any other?
In terms of the reserves that we have set aside, how comfortable are you that we're reasonably on track? And I get that that's like throwing darts at a wall, but, you know, are we in a situation where you would recommend that what we're doing for reserves is okay, or do we need to start bumping it up?
At this point, I would be speculating, but I would say probably knowing what the jump in asset value has been based on just what I've heard from irrigation districts and what I know that some of those costs have gone up, I would say we probably need to have some kind of correction point, what that portion needs to be and how we can bridge that over time is something that is going to require a lot more spreadsheets. So at this point right now, I mean, I'm happy to say we have a reserve. Is 5.6 million enough of a reserve currently right now at this point? It's something. The one thing that I always am cautious of, and I think of long term is there's a whole bunch of capital money that was put by the province into water plants and regional water lines and stuff like that. And that was all grant funded, or a very large portion of it was grant funded. Can any of us sit here and confidently say that the government's going to have a program like that when it all becomes due to be replaced?
I would suggest that confidently don't count on it and budget for not having it, and then you're going to be safe.
And that's where I want to essentially.
And if you get it, great.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you should be looking at grants as basically its bonus, right? Not an official amount. So yes, I mean, those are all big long-term pictures that I'm essentially looking at, and that ties very closely into what the utility rates is. The good news is on any of these is potentially, because they are such long-term assets, you've got a large period of time to essentially bridge what that is. We don't need to start putting 10% on everything for the next 5 years or something to that effect. And I think in some ways, small municipalities will get caught by that portion by not allocating enough to essentially some of these replacement items.
So the short answer is we're okay,
Cautious optimism. Yeah.
One thing to keep in mind too is through our asset management program, we do have a better idea and handle on our long-term infrastructure, replacement needs, etc.
Yes, we have very good pieces in place. We're way more prepared than probably, I want to say 90% of the other municipalities out there.
Do you have any idea how many counties and MDs are on the management, on the management program that we're going on?
Asset management?
Yeah.
The vast majority are starting to build their programs. I would say we're definitely further along than the majority that Devin and I speak to. I mean, lots of them ask us a lot of questions because they're not really confident either.
Yeah, just sorry. Just to build on that, what we kind of realized through a number of asset management meetings with other municipalities is we're a bit ahead of the curve of other ones. A lot more municipalities our size are coming on board, but the smaller municipalities, especially the smaller urbans such as Barons and things like that, can't afford such a program because it is expensive. So those smaller ones are still not at that stage yet, but the ones kind of in our size are getting there. But we're definitely a bit ahead of the curve on that aspect.
Thank you. I think it's just to John's point, and I think others too, is anyone that I've spoken to over the last month or so here that's in a similar spot as us in budgets, it's just that I don't think anyone on this side of the table likes surprises just as much as I'm sure you don't like surprises either. So if we can be proactive and looking forward and avoiding those 7, 10, and 15% jumps on anything, be it a contribution to reserve or lagging in wages or whatever it may be, I think that's where people don't like being caught. So definitely appreciate being proactive, and if we need to be looking at those reserves and adjusting for our future, I think probably in our best interest to do, like you say, incrementally over time is advantageous, but you can't fall behind either.
Well, everybody's heard the doom and gloom of infrastructure deficit across the board. Has it got enough traction? I mean, the good news is we're building asset management programs and stuff like that around that to really put a good, to get a good temperature on where those are essentially at. But I mean, infrastructure deficits are a real fact of life. I mean, the province is faced with that exact same problem, and I mean, we can fully expect that that's partially going to be transferred down to us as well. We want to be leading edge, not on the cutting edge.
We did get,
Okay.
a few good exports from Saskatchewan.
Okay, is there any other questions on the operating budget at this time? I know we have the one parking lot, or a couple parking lot items
Would you
there
like
to
me to add
discuss.
utility transfers or rates or something to the parking lot? Or, I know the utility rate bylaw Jeremy's working on will come forward in January, but
Yeah.
if you want a discussion around the reserve.
Looking at what we have for the budget, and the only reason I kind of called attention to it is because there's a pretty significant decrease for 2023, and then 2024, it looks like we're making it up. I don't think it's that big of an issue in the short term that we really need to belabor it anymore. I would feel remiss in not mentioning that, you know, if we're not transferring significant funds to the reserve, we're really selling out our future counselors, whoever they may be, you know, 5, 10, 20 years down the road when a major asset does need to be replaced, and they're looking at it going, where do we get the money from? You know, and I, you know, much like my comment yesterday about putting reserves aside to pay the election out of the council budget, you know, I think it would be a better decision on our part to take a little bit every year and make sure that we've got sufficient funds in place so that when we do have to replace it, there's actually money in the bank to do it, so nobody's sweating about how do we fix it. Where it's like, okay, yeah, you know, we knew this was coming and here's the money and let's just move forward and get it done. And that is what really slowly gets rid of the infrastructure deficit. Okay? It can't be done overnight, but like I said, I just wanted to, I saw it as a, you know, we're looking at a $0 increase, but most of that is coming out of the transfer to reserves, and that, I wouldn't want to see that being a constant trend, you know, trying to keep our rates at you know, either small or modest increases or zero increases, and doing it at the expense of the future operations.
I guess the one portion on that, because sometimes, you know, different budget presentations can look a little bit, you know, it's not like we don't have increases within here. It's just the fact that we've set that budget line essentially to be shown net zero essentially across the board. So that transfer to reserve is a portion, or is a percentage of that you could essentially say, you know what, we're not going to indicate the transfer to reserve, and this is going to be what's going to show us as a surplus. Now, this very much keeps it balanced, right? Does it show what that? Is it a little misleading per se to say that, I mean, we're not increasing any water rates? Well, I mean, the budget's going up, but it's just showing within here that it's a 0% increase.
Yeah, the rates have gone up, but so have the expenditures.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you, John, but I think that partly through this whole thing, we have the asset management plan, and I think that is part of our, that is why we're on the asset management plan, that we're not going to be caught with all of a sudden the infrastructure crumbling on you and that we don't know about it. So I think we can plan ahead because we have that plan in place.
Thanks. I think we're on the same page on that, and that's why I don't see it as being a major parking lot issue, just more of a back of mind cognizant situation. Right?
Thank you, council.
So I'll invite Devin up, the infrastructure manager, to go over his operating budget, which starts on page 92 of your PDF.
All right, so for 2023, we'll start with R1 under revenues, so grants. We have $75,000 in grants proposed for 3 operating projects. These 3 operating projects were identified through my potable water and wastewater capacity analysis that I presented to council early this year. So the first project is the Shaughnessy Wastewater Lagoon Review. That's looking at the capacity of the Shaughnessy Wastewater Lagoon to see if we need to do any upgrades, and if so, what upgrades are required, because my study indicated that it is at capacity. The Diamond City Inflow and Infiltration Study, again, has to do with wastewater. On paper, we have enough capacity in our lagoon, but through experience and speaking with some of the gentlemen in the utilities department, we have had issues in the past, and they suspect there are inflow and infiltration problems out there. So we'll study that. And then the last one is the Iron Springs Treated Water Reservoir Structural Assessment. So through asset management, the estimated useful life is coming up on that reservoir. So we want to kind of get ahead of the curve and do a structural assessment and base our useful life on a condition instead of a just an aged base scenario. So that's what those 3 projects are for, and like I said, $75,000 for those 3. R2 is sales of goods and services for $3,000. So that just pertains to map sales and development inspections when I have to go out on site. If there's a roadway we're taking over or something like that, pays for my time out there. So total revenues for 2023 plan to be $78,000. If we go to expenditures, E1 salaries, wages, and benefits, there's an increase there of about $21,000, and that has to do with the proposed 2% COLA increase. E2 contracted and general services, there's an increase there due to an increased price in bridge inspections, contracted and professional services, and some additional work I want to do in exposing some of our underground infrastructure, so we have a better idea on the status of those underground assets. E3 materials, supplies. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, like Iron Springs you were talking about, do they still have the station there that you can haul water?
The fill station? Is there a
Fill station?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, they still have, okay.
But this would be for the reservoir itself only, not those mechanical components. E3 materials, supplies, and operating costs, a very, very slight reduction there, just kind of based on actuals from the past couple years. E4 services by other departments, an increase there for fleet and IT costs. And then E5, $75,000 for those operating projects, like I mentioned. So total expenditures for 2023, we're looking at just shy of $700,000, $696,610. Tax support would be $618,610 for an increase of 6.29% or $36,615. Beyond 2023, we're kind of seeing that flatten out a little bit. For 2024, we're looking at about 1.09%, and 2025, 1.55%.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any way we can punt a few of these things down the road a little bit and average our increase?
The operating projects, is that what you're referring
Yes.
to?
Yeah, being that we're going 6.29 and next year potentially 1.09, is there anything we can?
So those operating projects are funded through grants. It's an MSI operating grant, so that doesn't actually affect tax support on those 3 operating projects. The tax support is a reflection of E1 through E4. Any other questions from council?
See, Devin.
Letting me off easy today.
Just wait, it's early.
Yeah, it is a little early, yeah. Thank you. No, I'm out of here.
I don't know where my descriptions are. Oh, looks like the finance descriptions got missed. I apologize, but oh no, I see what's happened. Assessment is first. So the assessment budget, just on page 98, this does fall under finance and administration, but is shown separately because we do have to report assessment costs in the financial statements. So we have a separate budget for them. The sales of goods and services related to assessment is primarily due to tax certificates. So from property sales through lawyers, that's what most of that cost is. Salaries, wages, and benefits, again, that's applicable to the assessor position and includes benefits, wages, and any professional development. Under contracted and general services, the majority of this budget is actually the costs we have to pay for the DIP assessments that are done by the province. There is a cost associated with that we have to pay to the province. Designated industrial properties. Yeah. So that's what the largest portion of that is. There's also some membership fees related to the assessor position that fall under that, and a few other, general costs. Les is out in the field, so there's costs related to that and supplies that he requires. And then the services by other departments includes both the IT and fleet, that little bit of fleet cost that we saw earlier when we were looking at the fleet budget. So minimal increase of just over 2%. Bit of a drop in the following year, and that is mostly due to the IT costs. I think I mentioned this earlier, that we will see a bit of a reduction in the IT because we'll be dropping off one of those financial software, what do you call them, fees, I guess, that we have to pay to have it hosted right now once we fully implement the new program. So that's where you see reduction there. And then these projections below, if you're looking for a whole bunch of details, I'll have to bring Les in because assessment is not my specialty. However, these are the numbers we use on the bottom half to determine that after growth portion of the tax support. So based on the estimates and the actual assessments from the 2020 year, Les puts in some projections on what kind of new growth or growth as in developments, I guess, or improvements to properties, and then an inflationary portion as well. So he did jump that up a fair amount in 2023 just based on what has happened over the past year, as you can see. So that's where that additional $172,974 comes in.
Thank you.
Morning, Morris.
Morning, Morris. When you're looking at that 172, that's tax dollars then, in terms of growth?
Yeah, that's anticipated tax.
Extra tax dollars.
Yeah, that we would be realized through the growth.
Jen, with that, when we go through the budgeting process every year, we always talk about that after growth. Just overall, is it fair to say that we've been conservative on that estimate over the years, or how does that usually tend to come in? I know it's, when we're looking at a budget number, it can be a substantial change when we factor in that growth. So have we been consistently on the mark with that, or like I said, are we being conservative? How would you characterize that?
To get a straight, Les does all the assessments, so I'm going to give you my best knowledge. I know for 2022 that those numbers that were in the budget were conservative, and that had to do primarily to inflation, and there was, I think, more growth than anticipated, or development, I should say, than anticipated. Generally speaking, I think Les does his best to be consistent with what he's projecting and not go too high, because we don't want to be in a position where we're saying that we can eliminate this. At the end of the day, we have to collect whatever that tax support budget line is. It would be nice to say that after growth number is firm, but it can
Absolutely.
fluctuate, but that's not really the best answer, but it's the best one I got.
We do try to err on the side.
We do, always, and
Yeah.
even
We
with
always err on conservative.
with revenues, we try to, like water, for example, it's so dependent on weather and other factors that, dry years, wet years, those kinds of things. So we always try to use historical and balance that, taking out anomalies, like, we'll see later in the fire services, we had a few rather large, events happen, I guess, with fire that created some really large revenues that we're likely not going to see year to year. So those kinds of anomalies we try not to consider when we're estimating.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So that is the assessment budget. As I said, it is pretty straightforward, and it does fall in line with, I think, the 2% we've talked about for COLA. There aren't a lot of additional costs with regards to supplies, fuel, materials that you see in some of the other departments. Is there-
Any questions for Jen on the assessment portion?
Do you need some help, Morris? Maybe Devin can, or Doug. Okay, all right. I'll head down to the finance budget here. So the finance and administration
Do
budget.
you want to just maybe pause for a sec, Jen?
Yeah,
We'll just get everyone on the same page.
Page 101.
Okay. We need some mugs. We'll grab some mugs. You got it, Deb? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Do you want me to pause the recording?
Devin.
I think it's just a bit of a delay, but it should be up.
It's important that that's working so that my wife can tell me all the things I did wrong, so
Oh.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So before you is the Finance and Administration operating budget. So this budget encompasses a few things. So Finance and Administration is related to basically this building when it comes to maintenance, insurance, liability insurance, those kinds of items. It incorporates the investment revenues and transfers to reserves and penalties for major penalties. So quite a few things within the finance and administrative budget. The first item is a $70,000 grant. So a portion of that is related to the intern. We have that municipal affairs internship going on. A portion of that is the internship grant, and the other portion is MSI operating for the asset retirement obligation project. So we assigned $25,000 to that. We may or may not need it all. It's a PSAB legislation that's come in with regards to looking at assets that have a retirement obligation that would have a liability associated with them. So we'll just go through our assets and review those, and that's if there's any environmental or anything that may have to be done would be included in those costs. We do have in Ontario, it's already in place, and they actually have a toolkit that I was able to purchase for $50, so we'll utilize that as well to assist with that process. Sales of goods and services, that incorporates a lot of things. I'll just go down here. So we have our building lease in there, which is just shy of $190,000. It's renewed, it renewed as of November 1st. I have put in some increases into the renewal. No one has gotten back to me, so January 1, I'll be sending an invoice, and hope that's what they pay. But it was just a slight increase, and basically we take a look at what the square foot lease rate within this area is, and then we put in an O&M cost, because obviously we pay for the lighting, the heating, air conditioning, and the maintenance all related to the top floor. So there's an O&M cost. They pay a third of our costs.
Can you just explain O&M?
Oh, operating and maintenance is when I say O&M.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the lease for the second floor is not triple net then? It's an all-encompassing.
Basically, yeah, we charge a square footage amount plus a third of certain operating and maintenance, like I mentioned. So they'll pay for a third of our utilities and those kinds of costs, janitorial, etc. Also we get to collect the NSF fees or anything related to payments. So because we do the accounts receivable, all of the tracking for any payment that comes through the county, we get to get that fall into the finance and administrative department. That's other revenue. Transfers from reserves, this $15,000. It's actually net. There's a $15,000 expense under operating costs, and that's it kind of offsets any accounts maybe that we have to write off for non-collection, things that we bring through collections. We don't get 100% of what we send out to collections. We only get a portion of that. So these costs, we can bring in this money if we need to, if it's impacted our bottom line. $200,000 fines and penalties. So that is tax penalties, accounts receivable penalties that fall under that line item. And then return on investments, I did briefly mention this, I believe on Tuesday. I reduced slightly return on investments for a couple of reasons. Although our investments are still strong as far as the dollar amount that is in investments, I think with a couple of the large projects that we have in the queue and commitments that council has made, we'll be reducing what we have invested, because we'll need to draw on those funds. As well, rates are starting to catch up, but it just takes time to come back. we're not going to, I don't think we're gonna see that 325 by the end of 2022 this year, just because of where rates had dropped. As mentioned, I think in the last financial report, there is a market report from from Wood Gundy speaking to those rates. So, and that too is when you look at the transfers to reserves, all of those return on investments are applied to the capital reserves. So it's allocated accordingly based on the average rate for the year, what the balance is in the reserve, and how we can spread it out amongst the capital reserves. Wages, salaries, wages, and benefits. So we, of course, we have the 2% plus any adjustments, and the intern is built in for a full year in 2023. In 2022, he didn't start until summertime, so it was a half a year. And as mentioned, we do have a portion of that funded through the Municipal Affairs Grant. Contracted and yep.
Thank you. For one, we have an asterisk after benefits, but I don't see a note to go with that.
I don't know why there's an asterisk there, to be honest. I may have put that there for myself to remember about the intern, so I can correct that.
Okay. And how many people are fall under that salary and wage?
So there are 6 FTEs. Well, I guess 5.5, because the grants and fire services administrator, Amelia, is 50-50 between administration and the fire, and then plus the intern. Contract and general services has a bit of an increase, and that is strictly due, well, there's a few adjustments in there for utilities and such, but building maintenance, there's always maintenance to do, and costs aren't going down when it comes to bringing in contractors for certain pieces of work. So slight increase there. It also includes utilities and insurance. Sorry, I was drawing a blank there. Services to materials and supplies. That's primarily just office supplies, stationery, those kinds of things, all of that, all the coffee supplies, any other sort of operating costs, aside from what I just mentioned, that are related to the building. So that's that cost there. And services by other departments, aside from Public Works, ours is the next largest, and that is primarily the IT portion, because obviously we have the whole building, with the exception of most of council chambers, but everything you see down in Coyote Flats, Commerce Room, and each of the offices, that's a fair amount of IT that you're looking at that is supported and paid back to the IT department. The operating project for the $25,000 is, as mentioned, for the ARO, or Asset Retirement Obligation, and the transfers to reserves. So $300,000, as mentioned, will go back to the capital reserves based on the return on investment interest that we receive, and $80,000 goes into the administrative building reserve. So that's for items like Devin brought forward with the air conditioning or the rooftop. We've done the roof before, the parking lot, anything else that major components of the admin building. So overall, we're looking at about 4% for the department, or $36,000, more or less. And I would say that, with some of the other adjustments that have been put in place, and we did find some savings in our materials and supplies, just due to how we're sourcing things, majority of that is related to the intern position, which in 2024, that's when that internship ends.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how much money do you think you're saving by going away from Bellamy to this new program? Is that underneath the?
Yeah, so that would be part of our operating costs, and part of our services to other departments, and I think it's well over $50,000 a year. So
Not
it
to mention severe levels of aggravation.
Yeah, and it is a lot of work, the conversion, and a lot of time goes into that, because of course it is our financial software and there's a big piece to it. However, just with the training that we've already started with the new system, it is a Microsoft product, so it talks to Microsoft. There's better reporting capabilities that within this software, as well as, the budget honestly right now is I can transfer last year's budget, but then it's line by line to adjust, where I can now take a spreadsheet, which is already developed, and load it. So just the time savings on some of the way that we're currently having to do work on top of the financial savings, I think will be really beneficial.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, I'm gonna bring Doug up for his IT budget. And that starts on page 105.
Good morning, Council. I will be presenting the IT operating budget. Similar to Fleet again, just a quick review. The IT charges all departments for their cost of use for IT, and those rates are brought back to the IT department to offset the IT operating costs. For 2023, under R1, you'll see $75,000 for grants that is funded with the MSI operating grant. This will be used for the records management portion of scanning the LAN files in our storage area. I'll be touching about that, well, I'll chat quickly about that too. You'll see it again in the operating projects, but in their storage area, we have over between 25 and 30 filing cabinets chocked full of hard copy LAN files. And I know different departments have been anxious to get that into a digital format, so we're hoping to move forward with that project for next year. R2, the services to other departments. Of course, these are the revenues received from the other departments for the cost and recovery for IT equipment. There is an increase to that, of course, which we've chatted about with the capital project due to the inflationary costs as well as the short supply chain due to COVID. And R3 is a transfer of reserves to offset the costs of computer equipment and supplies. For the expenditures, salaries, wages, and benefits, of course, like all the other departments, there's a 2% increase for COLA. A slight reduction in 2023 due to the benefits, LAPP and WCB, I believe. Yeah. For E2, contracted and general services, a decrease in 2023, as well as 24 and 25. 2023 will be the last year where we will run 2 financial systems in parallel. The new system will be brought on board, the existing system will be decommissioned, and we start to see the cost savings in 2023. Moving forward in 24 and 2025, we will be fully integrated with the new financial system, and you can start seeing the cost savings moving forward from there. E3, materials, supplies, and operating costs. Again, the inflationary costs for the computer equipment. Services by other departments, these are my IT costs. They also include not just our desktop computers, but our various servers that we have throughout the organization. E5 is the operating projects. Again, this is for the records management scanning project we plan on doing for 2023. And then the transfer of reserves for E6 for equipment replacement. Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doug, so why is the transfer to reserves, why have you lowered that so much for this year?
Sure.
Within the within the IT department, that's sort of what is, after the operations are funded, that's transfer to reserves is the balance of what's remaining to make the department net.
Thank you. I understand the reserves is going towards replacements and that. However, could we, if we can lower it a bunch, can we lower it more and just fund the department at a lower rate or bill out less? Where's the line?
When it comes to replacing the capital equipment, it would be a challenge. So you would either have to build that into your operating annually, if you're not going to continue to fund the reserve. The IT reserve currently is maybe maxes out around 200,000 based on these rates, so it's not an excessive reserve by any means. So, yeah, if those funds quit going to that reserve, it will have to be funded somewhere else. And it's going to vary depending on what capital replacements are required year to year.
And for example, for 2023, there'll be more of a capital purchase for that year as opposed to the other years moving forward. We've tried to balance it out with the capital projects, but it just depends what comes up during those years.
We do take review the inventory annually. Doug provides me with a copy of the inventory, which also includes mobility and iPads. We go through it, we split it by department, and then we determine the requirements that way, and that's how the rates are issued.
Also, any IT assets over a certain dollar amount is also into the asset and management system, so that's identified too down the road.
Sorry, Lauren, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just under salaries and wages and benefits, you're predicting the same number, but you're not going up in 24. Is that grant down here, the operating grant, is that for 2 years or just 1 year?
Sorry, can you ask the question again, Lauren?
So you've got, for your salaries and wages are the same for 22 and 23, and only going up slightly in 409, but with the asterisk, am I reading this right, that you're getting a $75,000 grant, MSI operating, so is that for 2 years to cover off the difference in wages, or what's that for then? Like,
The $75,000 is used for the records management scanning project.
so is
I
that for
believe that-
wages too then?
No,
Yeah.
it's contracted out, sorry.
And the wages reduction there was an adjustment to benefits. I'm not sure what was off in the calculation there, but there's a big adjustment to benefits and a little bit to professional development within the IT department. So that's why you see it kind of the same as the previous year, or very close to the same for the previous year, and then with a bit of an increase, which includes potential merit in the following years. But the $75,000 MSI operating grant will go straight to that records management scanning project. It won't impact the wages or bottom line. It's kind of a wash on that project.
Oh, okay. I guess I just was confused by why the asterisk would be there then.
That's-
belongs with this one.
Yeah, I
There's
think.
one there too.
Yeah, she already.
Yeah, that
Oh.
one I think was my
It
error,
was-
but
Oh,
the
okay.
asterisk belongs to R2, and I should probably identify that. So I have made a note in my,
You may see the asterisks in all departments, actually.
so I've made a note to update my sheets. Just in my own defense, after 3 months of looking at this document, it kind of
It all
becomes a
looks the
blur.
same. Yes.
So I do apologize. I've made a note to make those adjustments, so.
You're all valuation.
Any other questions for Doug?
You get off easy, Des.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
If you like, Mr. Chairman, we could probably get through community services before lunch.
Okay.
So I'll invite Larry up, Director of Community Services, to look at his operating budget. This is Community Services Administration, and I'll start on page 111.
Morning, Larry.
Good morning, Council. It can, I think, generally be perceived as a good sign when Community Services presents, because we tend to be the final department that needs to present, so. Progress, yeah. All right, so Community Services Administration, keeping in mind that the administration department or component of Community Services doesn't generate any revenue. The revenue that is generated under their broader Community Services umbrella is from Planning and Development, Fire Services, and the Peace Officer Program. So for 2023, transfers from reserves, it's a combination of funding from the Recreation Reserve and the Municipal Reserve as well to partially offset the $400,000 commitment that the county has for recreation for the urban municipalities for 2023. Excuse me. So again, partially offset there. Looking at salaries.
This is included in there too.
Is it? Are you sure?
It's from reserves.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, and as well, a small extraction, $8,500 from the tax equalization reserve for the Sericon economic report update. And you'll recall on Tuesday, council queried a little bit about that, or we talked a little bit about that. I did reach out to Sericon, and I reviewed the contract or the agreement we have with them. And I know the RMA convention in the spring is scheduled for March 15th. In that agreement, it indicates they would likely have a report to us by, go figure, March 10th. So I just gave them the heads up and kind of used the leverage and weight of council behind me to say that, you know, if we could have that in advance of March 15th, for sure, you know, a few days, a couple weeks, whatever you could do, that would be a good thing, and council would be, I think, quite pleased with that. So they are aware of that deadline, and they're going to try to, you know, deliver. So hopefully we can get that and have some updated figures for council to have for that RMA convention in the spring. Just looking down at expenditures, you'll see about $100,000 drop there from last year. And of course, that is primarily due to, if not exclusively, you can back me up, Jen, but the elimination of the Economic Development Officer position partway through 2023, or 2022, pardon me. Contracted and general services, that's gone up. $10,000 of that is slated or proposed to be for a radio ad campaign that would run throughout the entire year of 2023. I know back at the fall election, it was mentioned by, I think, more than one. Strategic planning, actually. And strategic planning, yeah. So it was an extension, maybe, thanks, Ann, from observed during the election and then into strategic planning and direction as part of that from council. That a good way, a great way, in fact, to reach out to the community and communicate, you know, activities and so on that the county is doing is through radio ads. So we're proposing for $10,000. We'll have radio ads that could be updated even every week or 2 weeks, however we frame it. Could have council members speaking, sometimes admin staff speaking, whatever, but just to keep the community apprised of current events. And again, we've got a little bit of decision-making to do on that front, but, you know, for example, the ads could sponsor the weather, you know, 3 times a day throughout the week, that sort of thing. So I think that could be a really, really good way to reach out to the community. Yeah, go ahead.
And Larry, we did see through, and I'm sorry if I missed this part, but we did see through the election how effective the radio ads were.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just additionally to, because that is a bit of a cost increase, more than 10,000, there is also the commitment from council with regards to the physician recruitment partnering with the city. So there's some funds in there for that, and we did leave some funds for potential economic development projects, advertising, those kinds of things that may happen throughout the year. So even though there's been some changes within the department, there's still activities that happen that have been incorporated.
Right on, yeah, thank you. Okay, moving down, E3, materials, supplies, and operating costs, that's been bumped about $900, and it's really just to reflect what the actual costs are and the trends are for that. So not, you know, percentage-wise a big increase, but dollar-wise not a big increase, but again, reflective of the true costs that we're experiencing. Services by other departments, that's down about $8,000, and I think Mostly that can be attributed to, again, one less position within the department, that being under economic development. Grants to individuals and other organizations, you'll see a decrease there as well. Every year, we contribute, of course, the county contributes to the FCSS program and as well to the Chinook Arch Regional Library Services. And I believe, Jennifer, that's gone down because we've taken out, is it for the Alberta Summer and Winter Games?
So we did have a $4,500 amount in there, not to say that it isn't supported, but it was budgeted for, and we haven't received a request or invoice for about 3 years from them. So if one comes forward, we'll definitely bring it to council for funding. But we took it out of the planned budget for the time being. And then there was a bit of an adjustment. We had some estimated costs on what the library's rates were going to be. And then when we received the final letter, it was slightly lower than we had anticipated, so we adjusted that as well.
Thank you. E6, as mentioned, the one operating project we have, and that's the Saracon Economic Impact of Agriculture in Lethbridge County report that we'll expect early in the new year. And E7, transfers to reserves, you'll see that's 50,000 more than last year and 50,000 less than next year, and that is based strictly on the county's obligations towards the recreation component of through the ICFs to the regional urbans. So not flexible there, that's just a fixed cost that we have to commit to.
And just for council's benefit, the reason it's under transfers to reserves is we just put it into the recreation reserve, which we've always had in place, and then pay each of the individual municipalities out of that separately. Moving forward, 2024 is our last commitment year under the arbitration. So in 2025, we planned to leave the 450 in there, but haven't built any increases in because it will likely be up for negotiation again. So just to ensure that there are some funds budgeted in future years, that's why it's left that way.
So moving towards the bottom line, you'll see there's about a $50,000 decrease in total spending proposed through Community Services Administration. Total tax support as well, a reduction of closer to about $60,000, $61,000 actually. Net result in a decrease of 6.48% in the budget. And we did kind of look as we were going there, I guess, and as we've been doing along to the next 2 years as well, and you'll see the numbers are pretty flat, pretty consistent throughout there. So don't know if there's
Go ahead, John.
anything further on that.
So when we look at the bottom line on this, we've got a 6.49% decrease in this particular department. And then next year, we're looking at a 6.23% increase from 2023 numbers. I just sort of query whether it would make sense to keep that extra $50,000 into transfer reserves and then not have these sort of large, well, we got a significant decrease, and then next year we're really making it all back up again. Because looking at the budget from last year, we had a 14.24% increase, and now we're going, there's essentially a 20% spread between last year and this year, and then we're making some of it back up next year.
Go ahead, Ann.
Just some factors to take into account. We did remove the economic development position, so that's one of the issues. Council and myself will be sitting down in January to look at how we address economic development. So some of it's still in transition. The other big component and piece that we have to speak to with council today is how do we deal with regional emergency management? Because if we do decide to go forward with the regional model, that'll increase the 2023 budget by $25,000.
And maybe I'll just speak when Larry mentioned or Jen mentioned the requisitions regarding the library coming in less than expected. We had our December meeting last night. And the reason for that is, so through the budgeting process with Chinook Arch, they determined that there was an increase required in the requisition to fund the projects that were desired to be undertaken in the next calendar year. Those went forward to the municipal councils for approval. Across the board, there was unanimous acceptance of that bump to the per capita, except for the city. The city was not interested in increasing their requisition, and as a result, then it was bounced back to Chinook Arch to then adjust. And unfortunately, it kind of threw a wrench into the things where the budget that had been planned had to be essentially thrown out and started again at that lower level, at that smaller requisition. So that was just maybe a little background on how that kind of came about. Thanks, Larry.
Great.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just under FCSS, is that reflecting the 2% increase in cost? The 81?
Yeah, but I think we've got it static for the next 2 years.
No, I meant for this year, for
Oh,
23.
I'm sorry.
From last year, because it will be 2% higher.
Yeah, we did, I
Okay,
believe.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, Ann, go ahead.
Just for the sake of time, we still do have to have kind of a discussion about emergency services, and that might be rather lengthy, and I don't think we should try and fit it in 5 minutes. So I'm just wondering if we want to.
We have planning and
Take that piece?
development to review
Oh,
still.
first, okay.
So we could probably get that done before lunch if you'd like. I
Okay.
don't even know. Oh, it is here, so
Yep.
we could break then
Okay.
and do planning and development, emergency services, and then back to the parking lot.
Okay. Are you done on this administration portion, Larry?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is there any more questions on this chunk then, before we break? Okay, why don't we break for lunch then, and 12:30 again? Does that work?
Everything's set up in the Commerce Room.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you at 12:30.
And the business program. Yeah, but that's.
Interrupt there, I was just thinking that if we're going to get into a big discussion.
Oh, there's no.
Thank you, everyone. We can move down to the planning and development portion of the operating budget. ahead,
Mr.
Jen.
Chairman, if it's okay, we just had a quick discussion here on the side that maybe we'll do planning and development and the CPOs and come back to emergency services, because there's a few, we already anticipate some discussion items with
Okay.
regards to the DEM.
Okay.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Larry.
Good.
Sorry.
Yep, thank you. All right, good afternoon, everybody.
What page, Larry?
115.
You're welcome. That was quick and easy. Planning and development. Honestly, it is fairly brief here, you'll see. Revenues are projected to be $150,000, and that's straight across the board there. It's always hard to be really precise there, but as we know, it's just anticipated revenues, but that is definitely within the range that we normally can expect to see. And that's for things like the development and building permit applications, compliance letters, zoning application fees, subdivision fees, and so on. Transfers from reserves, you'll see there's a one-time proposal there of $20,000 this year from the tax equalization reserve as well for a land use bylaw review. The land use bylaw was adopted by council, the current one, in October 2013. So we're coming up on, just over 9 years. We're at that 10-year mark and time to do a more thorough review and, look at some potential changes there as the world around us evolves and develops and expectations and needs change. One thing that comes to mind there is with alternative energy in particular. That might be one area we'll have to have a close look at in 2023. So the total revenues for this year, again, pretty flat across the board with the exception of this year proposing that extra $20,000 from the tax equalization reserve for that one particular project of land use bylaw review. With respect to salaries, wages, and benefits, sure, it's, as you can see there, gone down a little bit, and maybe Jennifer will just provide a little bit of detail on that.
So some of that, again, is the adjustment to benefits, primarily with the hire of the new development officer. There was some rate changes there as well within the benefit plan, different types of benefit plans depending on status. So that's why you're seeing that adjustment go down, particularly in this department.
Thank you, Jennifer. E2, excuse me, contracted and general services. We're expecting or in fact, we know that we have a slight increase for the cost of the services that the Old Man River Regional Services Commission provides to the county. As you can see there, I think it's probably 2%. I'm not exactly sure what the exact number was, but.
There's other services in there too.
Okay, and a few other things, but nothing out of the ordinary or what you might expect beyond kind of inflationary costs there, about a $3,000 increase proposed. Services by other departments, again, right in line with that same kind of anticipated increase, somewhere in the range of 2%, give or take a little bit. Operating projects, $25,000. We've touched on the one about having the land use bylaw undergo a thorough review in 2023. And then as well, we have $5,000 proposed to be allocated for kind of just the one-off land use planning matters and issues and studies and things that tend to come up each year. I don't know if you have anything more on that, Jennifer? No, that's covers that. So moving down, total expenditures would be up just about $8,000 for the year. In total, however, because of the reduction on the E1 line with respect to salaries, wages, and benefits, and as well the transfers from reserve of the $20,000, we're looking at a proposed negative 4.64% reduction in the Planning and Development Services Department budget. That equates to about $12,000 less than last year. And that sums up the points there, Mr. Chairman. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Any questions from council? Claus?
What is the approximate amount that we pay to ORSC?
Yeah, I was going to say it's in the 80s, and we
Yeah.
both came up with the same number. It's not precise, but
Yeah.
85,000.
And just to take into consideration, that covers the subdivision pieces that ORSC does, and then additionally, there could be some ongoing capital projects, correct, Larry?
Ongoing capital projects through,
Occasionally, we will hire ORSC for some capital projects, but I don't believe there are any for 2023.
But the yearly amount is 80, yeah. 80 is their contract, and then we do build a bit of a buffer for the subdivision because they do manage those appeals. Yeah. Where we used to budget separately and pay that out of our own coffers.
Go ahead, Morris.
Write the check.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ah, there we go. Can you hear me now? Say, on the revenues for development and building permits, is it a possibility that we should be maybe charging out for more money towards our development? Because, or is it set? It's not really set by the MGA or anything like that, is it?
So the
So we
rate,
could go as much as we want, however, that might slow down the growth of the county if you did that. And, but the thing is it a possibility that we could be charging out a little bit more money towards those two departments?
so to Councillor Zeenstra through the chair, the rates are set by council through the schedule of fees, which we are currently reviewing and will be brought forward in January as well, along with the utility rate bylaw. I know that Hillary, the Planning and Development Officer, has implemented some increases over the past couple of years. I think last year there was a bigger increase. This is just an average of, it's probably maybe even a little bit low average over the last couple of years because we did see kind of an unanticipated high increase in development through 2021, 2020. And we'll have collected more than the 150,000 in 2022. I do have that projected. So we could increase just based on current, if council so chose to. Again, we like to say somewhat conservative because these aren't guaranteed revenues. So we're trying to base it on an estimate of what development will take place throughout the year without overestimating, if that makes sense. But the rates themselves, absolutely, council can make those, can adjust those through the schedule of fees bylaw.
Just a follow-up if I may, Mr. Chairman. Has it ever been compared with the other municipalities, how they charge it out?
Go ahead, Ann.
Every time, every department looks at what other municipalities are doing, and every year we review the fees and charges bylaw. That's something that we take into consideration to see where we're sitting with the other municipalities.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, pretty much you answered that. I did have word with one of our small urbans, and so I have no substance to back it up, but the comment was that our fees are above what they have theirs at. So maybe when we bring it forward, if we can have a little bit of substance with it to make sure we're in line. Thank you.
And just to respond, Councillor Van Essen, we do, and that's usually a pretty robust discussion, and the different departments will talk about the different fees in January when we bring that back.
Any other questions for Larry on the planning and development operating budget?
okay, very good.
Jump down
Thank you.
to-
Yeah, so as touched on there just at the outset here of our afternoon session, if you don't mind, we'll maybe just jump the fire services operating budget and turn to the very last department on page 122 of your package there. And that is the CPO program. And I think, is this the first year, Jennifer, that we've separated out the peace officer program from emergency and fire services, just to kind of, I don't know, give a clearer picture, I suppose, if nothing else?
Yeah, traditionally, the CPO program was just part of emergency services, so everything flowed through that department together. We kind of throughout 2022, with bringing the fire services manager on board, kept track of costs associated just with the CPO program, so we could pull them out so council could have a bit of a view. And I know there were some questions around revenues versus expenses in that specific program, so we thought we would just pull it out and show it separately.
Thank you. Go ahead, Larry.
Great, thank you. So looking at revenues, fines and penalties, and again, most of these numbers are pretty consistent right across the board through to 2025, but we've upped the anticipated revenue by $10,000, as you can see, to in 2023 to $95,000. And those fines and penalties are not exclusively through the CPO's actions either. Those are provincial fines and revenue that come through, RCMP and highway services, commercial vehicle services, that is, and any other, body that's authorized to issue fines, essentially for highway traffic and safety issues.
Hold on one sec, Larry. Go
Yes.
ahead, John.
Just so I understand that right, so that we actually get revenue from the Sheriff's Department and RCMP for fines that they've issued. Is that just on our roads, or is that on, how does that formula work out?
Yeah, what I know about it is that, yes, if there, a violation is, caught or ticketed in Lethbridge County, and from what I understand, and I've always been told, and I believe it to be true, is that the important piece is that the officer who's maybe issuing the fine or the penalty needs to write the name of the municipality where the infraction occurred in order for us to receive that. But for the most part, apparently that does happen, and we do get those revenues. But we end up only getting, I think, about, is it 50%, Jennifer, or
I think it's a little bit.
a proportion, because a lot of it does go to the province when they're issued from the provincial agencies.
And they also take a victims portion, so I can't remember what that exact percentage is, but off of every fine, they take a portion and it goes towards a victims program too.
Go ahead, Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's interesting to hear, but I also know they go about it a little differently. Like, if a person is, let's say, caught for whatever, speeding or whatever in the county, but by the time he got him pulled over and he's pulled over in Pittsburgh, a lot of these officers, the sheriffs and the RCMP, they'll put on the ticket Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
And that's happening, and the same thing on the south side of the river. Like, by the time they pull them over in Colville or whatever, it's Colville. So I don't know. We gotta start policing the police, I guess.
Something else to keep in mind too is that we don't
Good to have you
always.
back, Morris.
Something else to keep in mind with fines as well is that we don't always collect in the year that they're levied, because people maybe don't pay until their registration comes due if they're not afraid of the penalties. So it has been fairly consistent as far as what we collect, but it all just depends on when that revenue is received.
You're absolutely right about go by the registration a lot of times too, and if you're parking at this Pittsburgh or Colville, that's where it goes to.
Okay, moving along, salaries, wages, and benefits, E1, just the standard COLA increase. One thing I'll just mention there, and I think maybe you've all heard this from time to time, but I'll maybe just say it again for refresher sake. But our peace officer works year-round, but during the summer months, I think it's from May until October, we allot 100 extra hours. That's really the busier as far as being out, in the county, the busier time of year when there's lots of traffic and, everybody comes out from winter hibernation, let's say, and is out and about there. And that seems to have worked very, very well for Lethbridge County, and our peace officer is very, satisfied with that as well, that arrangement. And, a while back we had kind of well, we used to have 2 peace officers. We reduced it to 1, and then, through the summer, I think the first year or 2 there, it was, this is tight. Do we need a seasonal person, or do we bring on another peace officer, recreate a second position or whatever? But we left it at the 1 and just up the hours for that busy time. And, there's no capital involved there. He already has a truck, already has all his equipment, has all his training, everything, of course. Does a great job for Lethbridge County, and I think that's just something that I feel is important to note and is a real positive as far as trying to be efficient with the resources and expenditures that the county commits to.
Larry and Lauren?
Sorry.
Or did you have something? Yeah? Yeah, go ahead. Or sorry.
Oh,
You're not Larry.
hi, Larry.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Okay, just a question here that, so how many extra hours do they get in the sugar beet harvest?
None. Because they know those people, they know the law, those beet hauls. They know the law.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you. I was just wondering, underneath E4, services by other departments, it's gone down $10,000 and projected going down, but whoops. In the next page, underneath expenses, it says it's an increase in services by other departments.
Yeah.
So it's
So-
probably a note to make.
Sorry, I did note that. I caught that as
Okay.
well. But our error, that should say decrease, so.
And the decrease
thank you.
is, just when working with Jeremy, so we were, I think initially calculating that based on the total capital related to the vehicle. However, they transfer their lights and other equipment that they can, and any of those additional purchases related to the CPO job is paid for out of the Emergency Services Contingency Reserve, so that had to be adjusted, or I guess through the fleet review, we adjusted that portion. And then it does go down again in the next year, and that's IT related with the software. The CPO position, there's a little bit of, receivables and stuff that goes along with that, and of course payroll, so a bit of a reduction there related to that in the 2024 year. So now fleet is capturing just the cost of the truck, and the equipment related to the CPO will be brought in through the Emergency Services Department.
So then when you have to replace the equipment, do you have a reserve to draw from? Or how does that work then?
Usually when there's additional fines revenue, that goes into that contingency reserve, and that helps offset the cost for future capital. And he will, both the fire services manager and CPO officer will transfer any pieces that they can to the new vehicle rather than purchase new when possible.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Just an additional piece to that, it's either 2024 or 2025 capital budget, you'll see that there is a new CPO truck listed within there, and there's a portion of that that's got 40,000 designated from the ESS contingency reserve. Essentially, that's to cover their cost of their extra equipment.
Any other questions?
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Larry.
No, I'm sorry. I think we skipped E3, but not too much to say about there. Just static costs again across the board. The anticipated total expenditure then is about $7,000 less than the last year, which represents a negative 13.75% total decrease in the proposed Peace Officer Program budget for 2023, a total of about $16,700. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Any questions?
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. And then our last component of the operating budget for you is page 118, Fire Services. So if everybody's there, I guess just starting as we have been all along with R1, sales of goods and services, which is revenues received from emergency response calls. And that is up from a couple of years ago for sure, due to the fact that county council changed the fees and charges bylaw with respect to how billing occurs when there is emergency response into Lethbridge County.
I'm just gonna add, if I may, Mr. Chairman. So that additional 1,500 isn't actually with regards to the fire services. That was other fees that Byron's able to receive just through some inspections and different things like that. It's very minimal. We kept it at the 600,000 as we're still reviewing the new program. 2022 is our first year. You know, we estimate about 10% of the billing comes back in revenue to us off the top to the other fire departments, but there are static costs over and above that the county has to pay, and that's why it's not an even between E2 and R1. So our revenues again will be higher for 2022. As I mentioned, we had a few anomaly incidents that increased that significantly, but we didn't plan for those in future years. So that we will continue to review this. We did build in some increases moving forward in anticipation of what will happen with the program, but I just want to be clear on what that was.
Okay, and R2 proposed $5,000 from the tax equalization reserve for Emergency Operations Center vests. That was touched on, I think, just briefly on Tuesday, the previous budget meeting. Jen's kind of summarized the total revenues for the next 3 years for the Fire Services Department. With respect to salaries, wages, and benefits, you'll see a slight decrease this year from last year, about $5,000. And I think that's just adjustments due to changes in some of the benefits. If you want more detail, Jennifer, I'm sure would know those changes in her head, but.
Yeah, in this particular instance, in 2022, we were budgeting for a full benefit pension package, and a different package was agreed to through the contract. So it's just been adjusted to reflect that.
Right on. And emergency services agreements, E2, you can see that is significantly increased, about $100,000. And as well, though, keep in mind to offset that is the significant increase in the amount of revenue we collect for emergency responses. So although that is an increase, and we do and currently are paying more, the early indications are we're paying, you know, a little bit more to the small urbans with whom we have fire services contracts, but again, that is being offset by the increase in revenue as well.
That also includes the provincial policing allocation. Yeah, in that amount.
Okay, yeah.
Which,
Is this the year of the big step in that?
so, it's an increase for sure. It's not the big one. I did bring my backup because I knew I'd be asked. My nerd
I
file.
thought it was 200 and something
So
this year.
So actually I have this, as Anne alluded to, I put together a bit of what I'm calling a decision chart, and I do have some information on there. But I would say that the county was a bit proactive in 2020 because that was the first year that we were notified that there would be this policing, I'll call it requisition from the province. So that first year was in the amount of $234,569. They called it year one. Year one happened, they drew those funds in 2021 because of their budget year, which is April to the end of March. So it runs a little differently than ours. So we had already budgeted for that in 2020, put it into a reserve. And then in 2021, we budgeted for the next increase, which went from the 234 to 352, which then went into the reserve, and we paid the 234 from the year before. And so that's kind of been a rotation we've had. So the 2020, so year three, which we're going into, went from 352,106 to 469,138. And then in the following year, it's 700, it bumps up to 704,000 and change. And they've kept that for year five. And then we don't have any information after that. So when we get to having to make some decisions, there is additional funds in that policing reserve because we budgeted a year ahead. I guess my only caution would be we don't know what. Moving forward, if we're gonna see another big jump. So.
Anne and then Lauren?
Just for everybody's clarification too, this policing funding money is what's been downloaded from the province, but it is outside of the proposed provincial police force.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you. So, when the RCMP got an increase in wages and retroactive pay, has the government said anything whether or not we have to pay that, or underneath this agreement, or who's gonna pay that? Has there been anything come up?
I haven't seen, nothing's come to across my desk or through GFOA. I don't know if anything's come to add.
No indication.
Pretty significant.
Like 25 or something, isn't it? Like it was,
34%.
yeah, 34.
Yeah, it was big.
Okay. Oh,
Go ahead, Morris.
Chairman, you know, you're looking at that, the emergency services down here, and if you look at the population of our county, that works out to, like, the way I got it, pretty close to $200 a person in the county. Is that somewhat at par with other communities, or do we know? Like you were talking about it earlier, and you guys do comparison, and seems to be, to me, pretty high, but
I'll answer, oh, sorry, did you want to? I don't know what we can bring you back the formula if that's what you want, but how they downloaded you have that formula with you, Jen?
Well, if you want to call it a formula.
It's murky.
Well, it's not murky, I shouldn't say that, it's just convoluted. So with policing, so this is information from 2020. So it says if the province were to distribute 10% of the costs of frontline policing, it would equal about 23.25 million. The base model is you take the municipal population divided by the total population times the 23.25 million times 50% to get a weighted population cost. Like I said, it's a little bit convoluted. Then they take a second consideration, which is the equalized assessment for each municipality, times the 23.5 million and another 50% to come up with the weighted equalized assessment cost. Those two formulas together equal the total policing share cost. Then they do modifiers. They add modifiers such as the crime severity index is calculated into that. So it could go up or down depending on your crime severity within your municipality. They do some shadow population up to a maximum 5%. So I guess if, as a rural community, there's shadow populations. And then whether or not there's a detachment in the community. So all of those combinations, of course, they don't have dollars. It's just all in other, yeah, is how they came up with each municipality's policing formula. That's only policing, yeah. Yeah, as far as what other municipalities are doing for fire services, I think it's all over the map, depending on what they own and have.
And maybe just to speak to that, Morris, as far as once again, just on the RCMP side of things, so a local example would be the town of Coaldale. They've gone through their budget, and the contracted RCMP is the single biggest item in the operations budget. So they're looking at $2.1 million at an estimated cost with $420,000 in revenues. So that nets $1.7 million just to have the RCMP as a contract provider in the town of Coaldale. So a year, yeah. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to get those numbers, is that based on per officer they charge for, or is that the recommended size of the detachment? Say if it was 9 officers, but if they only have 4 or 5 there, do we get to pay the cheaper fare, or how does that work?
I think
Do you
for the
know?
provincial policing, it's just on the, that 23.25 million costs that they have. I don't think they've assigned an officer, to my knowledge. It doesn't, they haven't included that portion of it that I can see.
So I guess
You're
we
doing
have,
750.
so if we only have, say, we're supposed to have 9, but we only have 6, we're still paying for 9.
Well, I I think that's RCMP though.
It is.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, so I don't think that this cost with the provincial policing, I think is completely separate from what RCMP's doing.
But isn't, I thought we were talking about the amount of dollars that the contract for the policing is going up every year. And I just wondered if that was based on full slate of officers, or is it based on the actual number you have?
It's based on the number that was provided to us from the province for the provincial policing. We don't pay anything to RCMP right now.
I think we're talking about a couple different things.
Yeah.
I don't believe, Lauren, I don't believe that's directly for us attached to how many officers we have servicing. I believe it's part of the model or whatever and how we fit into that equation. I don't believe it's
Yeah.
reflected in how many officers we actually have servicing us.
So I guess I'm kind of confused then. So are we not paying the additional money every year for the RCMP service? We're
The-
paying it to the provincial government, but it's for the RCMP, right?
That's the 3.0, like we're talking about to the,
Isn't that the numbers you gave us?
Yeah, that was the numbers provided from the province for their police funding model,
But
so.
it's for the RCMP.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Currently.
yeah.
Currently,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, John.
So what did you say that Coaldale's was?
1.7 for the RCMP.
So combined, it's right around 2.4, 2.5 million between the two municipalities. And
Yeah.
do the smaller urbans pay policing as well?
Under a certain population.
There's a cutoff, a
yeah.
population cut of 5,000, I believe, yeah.
5, yeah. I think it's
Below
5,000.
5,000, they don't.
Or they do to a lesser,
So no, I think that the AUMA, when they were so-called that, agreed to have everybody pay the policing. I don't think there's a cutoff number
I
anymore.
thought it was 5,000 and under.
No.
Well, it used to be 5,000 and above paid, but I think everybody pays now, from what I understand.
Lauren's correct, and that was the change under AUMA, or AM as they're called now.
Okay.
Yeah.
go ahead, Klaus.
So, then we have, so our extra police costing is gonna be 750,000 at the end of, well, next year then? Is that-
Yeah, 705,
Okay.
I
So,
think.
but what is the total amount that we pay?
Sorry?
What is the total amount that we pay toward policing?
Over the past 5 years? Or,
Or, yeah, and then divided by 1 year, I guess, by 5.
oh, I have to do some quick math here. Give me a minute.
Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah. Can I just ask Jen a question that might make it clearer? Jen, can you just explain that, what we paid before this was implemented, and then kind of say year by year, if that is helpful? What did we pay before this process was implemented for policing?
That's what I mean.
Yearly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So, I can't remember what year it ended, but we did have a contract with the RCMP for one
Enhanced.
FTE officer. I'd have to go back in our record.
Is that all we paid in policing?
Yes,
Yes.
and it was around,
180.
probably 100 and some, yeah.
180, I think, was like
Yeah,
fully burdened or something like that.
Under 200. And then in 'cause that's the first year we budgeted for it, our first payment came back, or our first budget item was 234,569. But I think we didn't, do you remember what year we ended that contract?
With the RCMP, a long time ago, 2017, if not 2016. Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
It was sort of more directed towards Jen through Ann. In 2023, how much are we actually paying out of the emergency services agreement for policing?
So in the budget, we have 469,138.
Okay, so that's the 469 for the 2023.
And then it jumps to 704,212 for the next 2 years.
And last year it was 352 and change.
352,106, and the year prior was 234,569.
So I have that, just for curiosity, I have the numbers here. So for a population of 5,000 and under, the municipality covers 10%, 10 to 30% of policing costs in accordance with the police funding model. 5,001 to 15,000, the municipality pays 70%, federal government pays 30%. Funding grants provided by the government of Alberta. And over 15,000, the municipality pays 90%, federal government pays 10%. Funding grants provided by the government of Alberta. So it was correct. It is everyone pays, just to maybe a differing degree, but everyone does pay.
It mentions funding grants provided by the province of Alberta. Do we get any sort of a grant like that?
I don't think it's a direct grant. I'm assuming it just means it goes against what they
That
would
I-
otherwise owe.
I believe it's that 30% that comes from the feds is paid to the province, and then the province then contributes that. Thank you.
That's one of the concerns too, and now that we do have the RCMP in place, if there is a provincial funding model, we have never gotten any clarity from the province on the piece that is funded by the federal portion. If we go with a provincial police force, how is that going to be funded? Will the responsibility fall to us? And we still haven't gotten a satisfactory answer on that.
Go ahead, John.
Thanks. And sort of on that note, and this is something that I actually, in the spring RMA convention this year, I mentioned to a couple of the ministers, and just to put it out there, is that the downloading of provincial police funding to the municipalities has a significant impact on our ratepayers, in the sense that if there's just for an example of $100, if there's $100 worth of extra provincial tax that somebody in a 50% tax bracket pays, that costs them an extra $100. But when they download those costs to the municipalities, because our property taxes are paid with after-tax dollars, that has a net effect of somebody in a 50% tax bracket of it costing them $200. Now, I know that has nothing to do with our budget proceedings, but it is something that I think it's important that when we're chatting to the MLAs about any downloading, is to realize that anything that they shovel down onto us, it is after-tax dollars that pays for that as opposed to before-tax dollars. And that makes a significant difference in the bottom line in the budgets of all of our ratepayers.
Thanks, John. Well said. Sorry, Larry, we kind of got off on a tangent there. I
No.
apologize.
All good. We knew, or I think we anticipated at least there'd be some discussion in this area, so all good, thank you. I think we are then now looking down at E3, contracted and general services. And again, I apologize, on the next page, there is a typo under E3. It says no changes, but in fact, it is expected to be $3,000 more. Okay, and we're blaming it on someone else. Apologize, but won't name that that person. Sincerely, though, I'm sorry about that. E4, materials, supplies, and operating costs. We show that doubling, more than doubling, from $1,500 to $3,500. Not a huge increase in actual dollar-wise, percentage-wise it is. And we have noted increase in materials, supplies, and operating costs, and increase in emergency coordination center costs. And I'm not sure, Jennifer, if you can speak further to that, but if I'm asked that question, what increases in the ECC, I'm not sure I can answer it.
Just
Do you
basically
recall?
after our preparedness, we just realized we needed a few
Okay.
additional supplies down there, sticky notes, paper,
I see.
printer ink, those kinds of things that weren't readily available.
Great, thank you. And where are we now? E4, materials, supplies, and, E5, services by other departments. Just a sort of an annual increase there, increase in services through IT due to rising costs and inflation, hardware, supply chain issues, and so on. I think nothing different than we've seen in any of the other departments and areas. E6, operating projects, and there is an asterisk there, and it does relate to what's going on at the bottom. We're proposing $45,000 in operating projects there. One of them is the Emergency Operations Center vests, which would be funded through the tax equalization reserve.
Emergency contingency, I think.
Or is it? Maybe.
Oh.
Oh, tax equalization
Oh,
reserve.
sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. And then the other piece is, and this is probably I know one of our parking lot issues. Currently, we spend $40,000 for our Director of Emergency Management contract with the town of Coaldale. That contract is expiring January 31st, 2023, so in 2 months here only, or slightly less than. But we've budgeted, through the next 2 years through to 2025 based on that not changing. However, I think on the floor here or before us will be a discussion about the potential regional director of emergency management framework.
Thanks, Larry. Ann?
One question too, Larry, if you could clarify for us, because this regional DEM has been put before us, and we had a presentation yesterday from Clayton Rutberg, can we still have the option to go forward with the partnership with Coaldale for the $40,000 a year for contracting their DEM, or is our only option the regional DEM?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And I mean, in the discussions that I've had, there's nothing to indicate that if Lethbridge County chose to kind of maintain the status quo, that we couldn't do that. I think that's definitely a path forward if that's the choice. Yeah. And then we do have, I think Jennifer mentioned it maybe somewhere earlier today, we do have numbers, actual dollar figures for what Lethbridge County would be looking at to participate fully in that regional director of emergency management setup. And I don't know if you're going to put them up there or?
Yeah, we had them at the meeting yesterday.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess this was shown yesterday at the council meeting as well.
Some clarity around the numbers
Yeah.
we thought would be helpful, because Clayton went over them briefly, but I think I did ask Jen and Larry to kind of give council a more thorough overview. I think philosophically too, we have to wonder, there will be a cost increase, obviously, if we go with the regional DEM, it'll be approximately $25,000 a year, and Jen can give you the exact cost breakdown. But it's whether council wants to entertain going into that regional relationship and doing regional collaboration, or staying status quo, or another option.
Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think they're probably good to put that in the parking lot, because I think we didn't have a whole lot of time yesterday to ask any questions, because we had a next appointment. So maybe we can do that, and then we can have some of those numbers.
They have them for us right
This
here,
is-
Klaus.
yeah.
We can do it right now.
You want to do it right now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because I think this is the last,
This is it.
Yeah.
this is it as far as the budget goes, yeah.
Decision time.
Do you want me to?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
So, according to what was presented, there will be a base fee for each of the 6 municipalities looking to be involved in the regional DEM of $7,500 each. And then on top of that, they will break out the balance. So this is based on their budget, their net budget. And in year one, it does include that $200,000 ACP grant. So you'll see that in year two, it jumps, it includes the grant funding, and then it also includes a vehicle, I believe, was built into that budget. In year two, lose the grant, but the vehicle's already been purchased, so it's just basically paying for the operating and maintenance of that. So there's $7,500 each municipality base amount, and then the balance is, and this number I mentioned to Byron, they pulled it off of a municipal, I don't know what it was, survey or something.
Let's keep Byron on the conversation, because Byron is associated with Byron.
That's right, so pardon me. Because he sent this to me.
No, I know
So
that,
I will have this number updated when we're working on this, because I think that skews things a little bit, but it would end up increasing then the per capita cost, obviously. So with the flat rate and the per capita, it brings it, we'll say about $57,000 in year one for Lethbridge County, give or take a few dollars. And currently under the contract, the county is paying $40,000. In year two, With that grant going away, it jumps up to just shy of 80, very similar in year 3. If the grant is not approved, which are this portion here, then it goes to 108,000. So obviously it doubles just about. Year 2, 84, and year 3, 86.
Go ahead, John.
So, where we're at right now is we have a contract with Coaldale, and we're paying them 40,000 for, and he is representing the county and contracted to them to be our DEM. Under this model, and the way I understood it, looking at his proposal yesterday, is that there would be a regional DEM, and then each municipality would continue to have their own DEM. So would that, if that's the case, would that not mean that these numbers would be over and above what we're already paying for our DEM?
I believe you would have a DEM in title at the municipality. Like that would be somebody in this room essentially.
So it wouldn't necessarily be the same framework we have now?
You wouldn't be funding that role as a DEM. They would have that title on top of their capacity that they're working for the municipality, and it wouldn't be a burdened rate on that person to have that role.
Right.
This is, if it were to go ahead as it's being pitched right now, like right now, Clayton is our DEM. He would continue to be, but he would also be the DEM for these other municipalities as well.
That's correct.
Is that, well, assuming that he would be the regional, if he was in the
Absolutely.
position of the regional DEM, then he
Yes.
would be the regional DEM.
Yes.
And then we as the county would then appoint somebody internally that it would be a side project for them to be a DEM.
And we already have 3 that are qualified and on staff, and they are here.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so we would be losing, that $40,000 expense.
Yes.
And
Correct.
going, yeah, that's what I wanted to be clear on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Klaus?
Yeah,
Sorry, Lauren.
just a question on this, that, you know, we have 3 qualified people to do it. Would Byron come into that one too, or not at all?
No.
Okay.
Lauren?
Maybe you could
Can
explain.
sorry, Lauren, I don't mean to cut you off, Councillor Hickey, just to expand on my no, is that we found before, and I think I mentioned this the other day, that when we had emergency management and fire together, it caused some kind of challenges. And when we hired the fire services manager, Byron, he is here to oversee the contracts for the fire services, not emergency management. And we have recognized, since he's been in place in his position, that there are a lot of areas that we're trying to address. So he is not able to morph into that. And I think the separation has been really beneficial for the county, and it would be my recommendation to keep it separated.
Go ahead, Lauren.
So just, thank you, just, if there's multiple emergencies, how does that work then? Like, say if Barron's has a huge fire, train went off the track and it set everything on fire, and we have something similar happen, who looks after, because you can't be in 2 places at once. So how does it work for looking after things then?
I mean, I can take a stab at it. Thank you, Councillor Hickey, through the chair. You know, yeah, it sounds like maybe the apocalypse is upon us, if, you know, but not impossible, for sure, right? Major events, or, you know, fires jumping and.
Well, the perfect example would be the year we had the fire that jumped the river.
Right, yeah. I mean, my best answer, I guess, I could say is wherever the priority was, you know, the most qualified person, in this case probably Clayton, would be focusing there, and we would be, you know, or the alternate municipality or municipalities would be through their in-house staff doing their best to manage things as well. And hopefully one of the other events would calm down and the expertise could shift over to offer support. But, you know, I don't know that we entirely hashed out that scenario, but again, appreciate the question, and certainly not out of the realm of possibility that something like that could occur.
John?
Thanks. Just in the sense of, because if we go with this model, there would be a regional DEM and then a municipal DEM, and then within each municipality, there would be deputies. Would it I would envision that that role would fall to the next person down the line in terms of seniority. If we had multiple situations, and that, I think that that's why we would have the redundancy of multiple people trained, so that, you know, if we needed 3 people in 3 different spots, we have that ability. And I think we have that as an organization right now.
Go ahead, Ann.
One thing too, I think that it is a cost increase to the county, for sure. We have had many meetings, as Clayton alluded to yesterday, and Larry and I have sat in most of those meetings. And one of the things is, when we're thinking about and we're looking at our strategic plan and working with our smaller urban partners, this is a very supportive type arrangement that we're working all together and working more regionally and more collaboratively, which is something that we always say. But this piece is actually something that the province of Alberta is extremely supportive of, and it's a model that they would like to see the different areas or regions move towards.
Thanks, Ann. Any questions or any other comments? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just one. Where did we get the numbers from the population from?
Clayton input those, and I believe it was mentioned that he found stats on a municipal stat site. Generally, we use Canadian Stats Canada. Yeah.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is to council is, do we actually see enough value for the increase? Do we think our residents need that extra level of service? Clayton said we had 2 level 3 responses in 3 years, potentially close to another, but either way, didn't hit the threshold. So I'm questioning that myself. Is there added value to it? Yes, the province wants it. The province has often wanted regionalization, and some of the things haven't worked out real well when they've gotten to a bigger area, ability to dispatch properly or such. So that's my concern, I guess. Do we need to provide the extra value to our ratepayers, and is it necessary?
Go ahead, John.
So just in terms of understanding and appreciating where you're coming from on that, in my world, when we're dealing with insurance, it's one of the mantras I've always used is the cheapest option isn't necessarily always the best option. And unfortunately, when you're dealing with situations like this, not unlike insurance, you don't know how good or how bad product you've purchased until you need it, and then it's too late. I think when you're dealing with the potential for within our region for a significant disaster, because of the transportation corridors that we're dealing with and the rail corridor, well, the highway transportation corridors and rail transportation corridors, and the types of products that actually do transfer through our region, I think it is important, just from a peace of mind standpoint for our ratepayers and the entire region, to have somebody that's highly skilled and able to handle those situations so they don't get out of control and they don't turn into something that is far more severe than it could have been had certain steps been put in place. And a very good example of that is what we've been dealing with the requests that have come to us recently regarding the correct use of fire services. And I think this is a very good example. And you take that on a scale from the fire services and you put that into potential for natural disasters or man-made disasters. I think it's important to have somebody very qualified in that role. And the intercooperation aspect of it, it is a little bit more money, but it is not, in the big scheme of things on our budget, that's significant, and I think that there is value and merit in it.
Thanks, John. I think I would echo what John said. I know if I look back in my role, if we go back about a year ago, Ann and I started having discussions, and I feel like we were trying to apply pressure to a lot of the small urbans that we felt this was a good idea. We thought this was an opportunity for to eliminate the duplication of resources, to work regionally, and I think Ann and I's hope, and I don't want to speak for Ann, but was that if we could get this to succeed, it would be a model working forward. I think we see a lot of duplication in a lot of other services, and I know the importance of keeping the emergency and the fire separate discussions, but I think we'd all agree we'd love to see a more regional approach on that side of the fence. And my thought is that if we could, kind of put this together and make this work, the thought would be that maybe we could have other opportunities to duplicate this. I would also say that having been one of the people myself that spoke in favor in this, and talking to other leaders and other mayors and councils, that we thought there was merit in this, I wouldn't feel comfortable not supporting it moving forward. And having said that, I think it also goes to our responsibility in the region. We talked yesterday, I believe, about on Tuesday, about the city of Lethbridge not asking us to provide funding for recreation. And I always see that as kind of having that big brother, big sister mentality of they realize that they're the big urban in the area. They realize that they're providing a service for that feeder area. And I don't think that our role is entirely different in the sense of providing this emergency management. I think we have the largest, area to cover physical area. And the odds are, if there is something that happens in Colehurst, Pitcher Butte, Nobleford, Barrens, we're going to be somehow impacted by that in one way, shape, or another. So it makes sense from my perspective that we have a coordinated response, that if a disaster were to move from the edge of the county to the edge of the county, we have that one point person that can then delegate throughout how that response works. And I just see value in that. I see the value in working together, getting these other communities on board. And I think it's easy to say that we only have 3 to 5 responses, but it only takes one of those that could be, catastrophic. So I do see the value in this. Ann?
Thank you for speaking on behalf of me, and I concur. And there has been discussions, through these discussions, there has been other discussions, and Reeve Campbell is exactly right. There is this could be easily replicated. Not saying the exact same thing, but this is setting a pattern for us to work regionally, which is something we've been pushing for 5 years now. And so I do see the value in this.
Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. I have a tendency to agree with Eric. If this combined fire and emergency services, I'd be more supportive of it. But not being, it just seems like we're still in the same boat to me, because fire doesn't really cover off emergency response necessarily, unless it's a fire-related thing. And, I mean, we as a county and probably everybody else, if we have a flood or something, they deal with it through the same system. I don't see the benefit of having somebody else really tell you what to do in case of a flood. I'm struggling. It's just like we're doubling up on paying wages to me.
Any other comments? So I guess we are technically at the end of the budget presentations, I believe. I guess how would we like to proceed at this point?
Jen, do you want to bring up your little decision tree, or?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, I did put together, I wasn't sure where, I'll just bring up the total tax support page here. I wasn't sure where council wanted to land with the budget, what they were comfortable with or not comfortable with. I did put together what I've called, and you've heard me call, a decision chart. Basically, let's bring it up here. I've, by department, identified some budget impact areas. I will, maybe low-hanging fruit, if you will, of items within the budget for consideration. So one being the STARS donation request of $20,000, $20,710 that has been put in the budget for 3 years per the request that came forward at one of the council meetings. That has the impact, it would reduce, if it was removed, would reduce the tax support by about that much.
Go ahead, John.
So when we're looking at that as a percentage, that's 0.12%, correct?
Yes.
Not 12%.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understood it correctly.
Yeah. We did talk a little bit about dust control. This is just a number I came up with. Any of these could be any combination of higher, lower, don't accept it at all. I just was putting some items forward for council. If the dust control subsidy was reduced from 50% to 25, it's about approximately $210. 210, what did I say? $200? Oh, $210,000. Determining, we did talk a little bit about roads. I thought this might come up. You know, I have a question mark here because it all comes down to level of service and what decision council wants to make there with regards to the roads programs. There's a transfer to reserves of $200,000 annually for drainage and public works projects reserve, which is primarily roads. I don't recommend reducing reserves, but it is always an option. Utilities, same thing, even if that portion was reduced, it would increase the taxes, obviously, that would, or sorry, it would increase the portion, decrease the portion that was going into reserves and therefore offsetting some tax support. And then emergency management contract. So I just put this in kind of as a placeholder. That's the $40,000, which makes up only 2.4% of the total budget. And then the policing. So due to timing and funds that have been transferred to and from that policing, there are funds available to offset the increase. As I mentioned, there's caution in what is going to come forward after year 5. I just put that in there as a discussion item. I think we kind of hashed it out anyways earlier, but if you were looking for a reduction, again, it could be a portion of, all of, none of, whatever council's desire is. But I just want to bring forward some options. Again, it's more the low-hanging fruit. There are some items we did discuss the tax rate options, but the STARS donation I brought up, election cost reserve, I looked at that. I think it would add, if we wanted to even it out, $1,200, which really wouldn't impact the bottom line if you wanted me to build that in. Not significantly impact the bottom line. The community hall funding, that was kind of for Councillor Sayers' case. When we presented the council budget, there's $80,000 in the councillor budget right now. $10,000 goes to each of the 8 community centers, including Prairie Tractor. It's an annual amount we've included. If council wanted to adjust or change that, that was brought up for discussion. There's a wage and salary review, which is funded, built into the budget for 2024. I don't know if you want to. Yeah, I don't know if you want to elaborate on that. I can't remember why we put it up there, to be honest. And then we built in the 2% COLA, knowing that there are negotiations happening in the next couple of weeks here. We did want to ensure there was something in the budget. What it's going to land on in the end is unknown at this time. Jeremy brought up the dust control, so maybe rather than reducing the subsidized portion, he was going to bring forward a $1 increase, which is already in the budget, to the linear cost that we have now, and then back to the gravel roads discussion and sort of that level of service. So at this point, I'll turn it over to council because it's all about direction and decision on your end now.
Okay.
I'll bring this back up. I do have, Mr. Chairman, I do have this in an Excel form, so if you wanted to say, Jen, what does, $250 off look like at the end, I can quickly punch that in, and then it can be determined after the fact.
Okay.
Well, you don't want to support me?
Any questions from council? Any clarification needed on anything that we've been discussing? Morris, that on the parking lot there, I asked that they add the gravel road discussion. That was just your comment yesterday. I know you wanted to speak about that. So that, how that tied into level of service. You talked about the base stabilized roads yesterday.
Yes.
So we haven't had that discussion yet, but if you want,
You want me to elaborate on it?
you go right ahead, yeah.
Well, for the comments I've been getting back from the people what need to use these haul roads and the designated haul roads to the, what, is something wrong with you here? But anyways, the bottom line is the maintenance what's being done on it. You just can't keep up with the amount of running what's going on and the potholing what's going on these haul roads. So we somewhat missing the boat having haul roads because these truckers, they are looking for different routes. So instead of them staying on the haul roads where they should be down there, they're not. They're on whatever roads, a lot easier roads to get down there to where they're supposed to be going. So it's not meeting its purpose what it's supposed to be. And so the suggestions I've been getting from some of these operators down there, you know, we just should go back to the regular grading, and the truckers are, sounds like they like that. The regular graded roads, they can travel out there, and most of these truckers would come outside of the area. They don't go much faster than 50, 60 anyways. The beet haulers and the silage haulers and the manure haulers, it's a different story. They want to go that max 80 for sure. And it's not doable on the haul roads either. So I think we gotta maybe get away, not on all the haul roads. Some of the haul roads gonna be okay, but we're gonna have to get, for the major haul roads, we're gonna have to get away from that calcium chloride formula. It's not working. We should go back to basic graveling, and I think, or the grading, I mean. And if we do that, I think it's gonna be cost effective too. I think there's calcium chloride, like my road, that's almost every year there was a few miles done, and it's fairly costly down there, and it's not working. So we should get away from that, and we should go back to regular grading and keep the haul roads. What are the haul roads? Because these haul roads, they do have a hell of a good base. They got a 4-inch gravel base, and it's a good base. And if you grade them regularly, I think you're gonna have a good road going to those, to those operators. And I'm not sure if I missed anything, but if I did, maybe somebody can ask a question. But that's not my opinion. That opinion is coming from these regular operators what are in the county down there, what being told to stay on the haul roads, but it's not working.
Thanks, Morris. Obviously, that plays into our level of service discussion. I don't know, is there anything, Jeremy, that you wanted to comment on, I guess, off of those comments?
I know the concern around the haul roads is an ongoing issue, and it's an ongoing piece. I mean, it's maintenance of gravel, of an enhanced gravel road surface. The level of service, though, is essentially what we have. I mean, was the direction. I mean, when we did all these 138 miles of base stabilization, the original intention and purpose of them was for them to all be stabilized. Obviously, that's not possible for them all to be stabilized because it doesn't actually last for a residual period of time. So we've greatly reduced the number of miles we do with that, and treating some as a different type of maintenance, which is just more of a grade and pack, or even just a grading period. But that's all a variable of with whatever council wants to set as that level of service for these. It's a segment of our infrastructure. we can go up or down on this too, right? I know the initial portion was that these would be dust-free, like hard surfaces, and they're gravel road surfaces and they need maintenance.
Does it bear out, Jeremy, that if we were to go away from what has been the established maintenance of those calcium-based stabilized roads, if we were to go to where we were seeing more miles just being graded as part of the regular grading program, would that bear us a cost savings, or what does that look like on paper?
Well, steadily we've been reducing the number of miles that we've been doing calcium injection into. Essentially at this point, I mean, this year we were down to 60 miles. From previous years we were as high as 90 per year. And then treating the rest of those as some form of water grade pack. I mean, they're still intensely used roadways, so there's still going to be that maintenance portion that's going to be on those, and it's not the same. And because of the fact that they have that mat of gravel on them that is pretty stiff, I mean, we can't just throw a regular blade out there. I mean, you need to go through, you need to soften it up and then blade it out, and it takes more time to cut that material. So it's not like grading a regular gravel roadway anymore, because of that mat of gravel that's there. So then there is an increase essentially in that a decrease in the number of miles that could be achieved per day. And then we're also talking about some very large width roadways, which compounds essentially on that maintenance. So is there a cost reduction? I would have to do a lot of further evaluation essentially on that. But it depends on what level of service is set. And as I've said before, we can do anything you want, but cost up or down.
Ann, and then John, and then Morris.
I just want to say too that however we approach this, we will have to be cautious and cognizant of the people who are paying into the business tax, with the expectation that they will be having that higher level of service on the haul route. So how are we getting that information to these people, and how are they feeling about that? I think that's a really important piece, because this was a very controversial issue. If we are going to make changes to that, I would recommend that we do make sure we have that piece in place before we move forward.
Thank you, Ann. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if administration could give us a synopsis as to what Morris has been saying and what he's hearing, whether they're finding that we're having those problems on those areas. Are they, or is this just a situation where our ratepayers have an expectation level that's a little higher than we're able to deliver, or are the problems actually there that need to be addressed?
That could be a very lengthy conversation. One thing we've started to do here in the last three to 4 months is, we were tracking essentially the concerns that were coming through, whether that was concerns that coming from counselors to the CAO to myself, or whether that was general calls coming from the general public. And we do talk to a lot of ratepayers on an ongoing basis. Gravel roads are obviously the largest concern we hear from the public, but I wouldn't say that it's something that's its goals are being achieved. It's just, in the case of lots of times with the haul roads, when we have weather events, some of them deteriorate. That's part of what we're going to deal with any gravel road structure. Those ones do hold better in larger events, which is a good thing, because lots of them are located right next to feedlot areas, and that's one thing that I don't think gets enough press per se, is that these do hold up quite well on these heavy haul areas. They're not, by no means they're not perfect, but they hold up a lot better than a regular gravel roadway would with the traffic that does not stop on them. So anyway, I go on for a very long time.
Go ahead, John.
Fair enough, and I appreciate that, it is a complicated situation with it. But so there's a couple different avenues of how things get discovered, from people calling in and complaining, but also from our our staff being on the ground and seeing and saying, yeah, you know, there's a problem where we've got a stretch of road that's got multiple very deep potholes in it. So the complaint process, people calling in, that's a certainly part of it. What I was just wondering is, you know, what the general condition of these routes are. Like, and Morris, I have no reason to disbelieve you that there's large potholes, because you're on those roads and traveling them. Some of the ones that I've traveled, in my division, I'm not seeing that, but I haven't been traveling on the roads up in your division. So was more to what I was looking for.
And we do constant evaluations on these roadways on an ongoing basis, because obviously we're concerned about the quality that's left over essentially on those. Trying to find where the maintenance cycle needs to be on any given chunk of roadway does take a fair bit of, you know, is it going to be 4 weeks? Is it going to be 6 weeks? You know, is it literally sometimes it is just one hauling event that essentially destroys, or not destroys, but affects the surface of the road that much more? Was there a weather event? I mean, there's a bunch of different things. I mean, we're trying to find a good rotational maintenance on these that meets the best level of service that we possibly can on those. So but it is one of those things where, you know, if you don't track it, you don't record what the information is too, which is something that previously we weren't exactly great at, then you can't really quantify it.
Morris, did you have a comment? And then Klaus?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, you know, touch on to the business tax, and that's what these guys were talking about. You know, they says, hey, we paying the business tax, and you have haul roads in place, and haul roads are just not doable. And it's not 100% of the haul roads, it's certain haul roads and certain places, and you know the places I'm probably pointing out down there, they're unbelievable heavy traffic, and it's just not standing up. So anyways, what these guys saying, it's, you know, the business tax was to have a better road, but we have worse roads. We don't have any better roads, but we got worse roads, and the level of service gotta be increased. And I think if we're gonna go about it, and they say, forget about that calcium, and if you forget about that calcium, but gotta be worked into the base or whatever down there, and I seen it done, you know, like, you don't need much of a calculator to figure that out, that's very expensive. And I think if you go back to some of these roads, but being being heavily used for heavy traffic to these places down there, I think we're better off just to go back to gravel. And they also did say, and for dust control, that was the main thing too, you know, to have the dust control. Don't worry about the dust control. Just have dust control in front of the residents, the few residents you would have along that road, and that's what they were stating. But the bottom line is, the haul roads are not doable for the purpose they were put in place down there. And yes, I was one of the guys down there was very much in favor of having haul roads for the information what was fed to us, and it's been a very big disappointment. And I think we as a council, we're gonna have to swallow that pill, and we're gonna have to admit to, hey, we gotta do something different.
Thanks, Morris. I got Klaus, and then Eric.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that, you know, we have to be careful with what we're gonna be doing here. I think we gotta look at some more avenues that we can maybe have, because I know they are not, the roads are not standing up to what we were all promised that they would be. And everybody is very disappointed in that already. And we're not talking about every haul road, and basically I'm saying the same thing as Morris did. And like Ann did too, look out, because I mean, these people have fought hard not to get this business tax in. Now they got the business tax in, and now we're all of a sudden gonna put them back to gravel. I think that's a dangerous thing to.
That's what I alluded to. The ones were saying, hey, we paying the business tax to have a good road in place for us, for the traffic, but we gotta put on these roads. But the business tax, they didn't say, hey, you guys gotta stop it or anything like that. No, they didn't.
No.
But we gotta have a better level of service on these roads.
So what I would suggest is, can we put this off to another meeting or another time that we all, because I think the discussion has got to go deeper than just what we're trying to say here, and that staff will maybe come back with some other suggestions that maybe will, reduce the, just automatically going back to gravel, because I don't really want to do that. And then see if we can come up with some other solutions that we can just try to satisfy everybody. Is probably far-fetched, but I mean, that we can do better.
I've got Eric, and then back to you, Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm gathering what Morris is saying. I've heard similar rhetoric in the community, and it's around. It's not so much anymore that they're paying the head tax. It's we want a decent road. We don't want a potholed road that buses and Cataliners can't travel down. And if that means it has to go back to gravel, well, that's better than what they're currently getting in some of those locations. And they're just like, we just need better. That's the long and short of it through some of those areas. I've heard guys say, I am thankful I am not on a haul route, because I don't get those potholed areas for 2 months before they get repaired. So I think administration can more than likely bring back some pretty extensive reports based on a level 1 gravel road and annual maintenance costs versus haul route network, annual maintenance costs, some of those kind of things to help us make some solid decisions on this. And yeah, investigate it further, because I 100% agree with Morris's concerns.
Morris, and then Mark.
No, I'm not gonna say anything anymore, because my blood pressure is up by 190 already, so.
Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand, I see where Morris is coming from. In our division, the haul roads have been, in my opinion, have been good. We get feedback when there's some repair issues and they've been dealt with. But as a new councillor, my understanding is when the haul routes came in, it was because the gravel roads wouldn't stand up to the traffic that they were receiving. So in my mind, to go back to what you had before that wasn't working doesn't really make a lot of sense. So maybe moving forward, it would be increasing the level of services on those area roads that are the problem, and treating them more and dealing with that. But that's just my looking at this, is that, I mean, I've had people coming up to me, and saying, hey buddy, this is the best we've ever seen our roads. And I'm going, cool, that's great. The dust thing this year was horrific. So if we wouldn't have had haul roads in your area, the truckers might have been happy, but nobody would have been able to see them coming up and down the road. And the neighbors in the area would have been losing their mind. The dust just shifted and moved everywhere. So that just creates another issue. So I'm sympathetic to the issue, and it's been something that's been ongoing. But in my mind, to go back to something that wasn't holding up to the traffic and the vehicles we're going to be having in the future, we're going to be putting more weights and more loads in our roads. So this is something that we're not just dealing with as a county. I would assume right across the province and Western Canada that we'll be dealing with this. So, I mean, somewhere out there will be some new technology or some ways with our roads. But for now, I think the areas that it's working, that's great. So why are they working and we're having issues in the other areas? So I think I'm confident that our staff is aware of this and is looking into it, and they know which areas are the problem. I'm sure they're not just blind, closing their eyes and ignoring it. They're trying to do something. So they're doing their best, and I think if we all work together, we can figure this out.
It's just there, another comment here, so on top of that, you said it down there, it's not all of our roads, it's certain roads, and it's pretty obvious it's the ones that are the busiest, the heaviest used, but they're dodging these roads now, or usually after a month already, they start dodging them and they're going on to the other roads. So what is the purpose? That's the point.
Thanks, Morris. Well, I was just going to say, no, I think it's an important and a good discussion that we have this. Is, obviously this is budget, and we're talking about level of service, and level of service is tied to budget. So I think it's an important discussion to have. I think there's some varied viewpoints. But I don't disagree with what's at the core of what you're saying, Morris, that, yeah, that's been the experience in my division as well. It's just that if these are billed as a higher level of service, we're not meeting that. So I guess I'm not as ready to return back to gravel. I'm not prepared to make that suggestion, but I am of the opinion that we need to do a better job. There's too big of a window. I think Eric touched on it, where it unravels, and by the time it gets repaired, we're looking at months in between, whereas on a level 1 road, you're going to see a grader in between there. So I do have concerns. I hear it all the time from a number of producers that share these concerns. As far as how deep we want to get into this right now, I'm not sure what the best way to deal with that would be.
I have a question, or just an idea, suggestion, because we've heard this for quite a while now, and we are conscious, and thank you to Councillor Sayers, we are not turning a blind eye to it. We're trying to deal with it. But I just think we're getting a lot of different pieces of information. And it's true. Some areas seem worse than others. And I'm not discounting that. I do agree there is some kind of issue. However, I think we really do need to collect some kind of data. And we need some responses so that we can find out more robustly exactly what the problem is, because you're hearing it, we're hearing it, but I think we need to maybe do some sort of, and I hesitate to say another survey, because we've put out a lot, or if it's with the Director of Public Operations giving us more data on the complaints that he's receiving as well too. But we do need to collect some more data, because I think right now we're hearing different pieces from all over the county. And we can't really make any rash decisions until we have that data. That's my feeling.
Thanks, Han. I've got Lauren, Jeremy, and John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I look back at this, the problem was basically the same. So people got tired of going up and down roads that were too rough, so they went on other roads. And then pretty soon, every road's terrible. So that's why the haul roads came into place. And supposedly, the calcium chloride was supposed to bind them together and make them a better road. I guess when you fix a bad road, but by not rebuilding it, you really haven't solved the problem. You've just kind of put a Band-Aid on it temporarily. So I don't know, there has to be an answer out there how to fix it, but if you continue to travel up and down the same roads all the time without fixing it, they're going to go off those roads again, and they'll be using every road again. So we need to keep the majority of traffic on a better road, and one they can actually use, in my opinion anyway.
Jeremy and then John.
Thank you. I really appreciate that response. That is, that's the crux of gravel road maintenance. If you can keep them on, the whole idea of a priority road structure is basically to keep them on specific routes and have them tracking more to specific routes, so that those are the most commonly used and those are in the best condition and usually receive typically the most maintenance. One of the things that we have looked at as a department is it's not necessarily sometimes it's not the fact that they're haul roads, it's the timeliness of response. And the hardest portion with that is we have district grader operators who take care of all of our priority 1, 2, and 3 roadways. And then we have a base crew that takes care of stabilizing roadways, as well as essentially we act like almost ants on a chunk of food, running every which way, trying to check on all the haul roads when we have maintenance days. So that we can try and get as many of these ones that do get deteriorated from whatever case, or ones that don't receive a calcium stabilization. So it is more a question of the timeliness of the response, and that's the focal point that we've tried to have. But just purely from my field observation, is we don't have enough people for the timeliness of response that comes through expectations that people have of these roadways in particular. So it's an equipment, it's a manpower shortage. We don't have enough to keep up with doing the stabilization portion, doing all of our regular gravel road maintenance, which is grading, graveling, rebuilding roadways, And then we don't really have anybody at the end of the day. We're kind of playing a patchwork, trying to run around, clean up haul roads. So it is more of a question of, if the expectation is that these get a better level of service, that comes down to timeliness and response. That equates to more manpower, more equipment. Sorry? More money, yeah.
John, did you still have something?
It was just actually good to reiterate exactly kind of what Adam said, in the sense that, you know, we need to know a little bit more securely, is this just coming from, you know, coffee table talk, or there's an actual problem, and narrowing down where the problem and dealing with it. And that feeds into exactly kind of what you had said, and what Councillor Hickey had said, is it really comes down to, yeah, a maintenance issue. It was my understanding, based on the level of service that we were dealing with, that is what was supposed to be happening. What I'm hearing now is that in order for us to have that level of service that it was my understanding was going to be here, we actually need more manpower to do that. So that changes a little bit in terms of what my understanding of where we were at. My understanding is, based on the level of service, is that those roads did get priority and were to take priority and were to be repaired quickly. So, and this might just come down to, again, you know, we've got a level of service document. Is the level of service in the document actually good, and we're falling short on the execution, or is it that we need to raise the level of service? And that's a discussion that we've been having, you know, for the last few months on that.
Thanks, John. Eric?
Thank you. In the report that comes back, is there ability to look into a qualified operator to help us out on some of the intense months, and perhaps give that a sample year or two, rather than getting another fleet and another thing going and putting a little bit of a trial, that we look at a contract operator providing relief, backup, or that extra level of service before we commit to more services.
So just to fine tune that a little bit, you're looking for more of a contracted service?
To supplement before we commit to, it sounds like we need more people, more graders, to reach this level of service that council is pursuing. But that could be a pretty large item for us to pursue without trial data behind it. That is this going to solve the problem? So an interim step would make sense, or in my mind makes sense, that can we see that a contractor would be able to provide relief through those intense uses.
Go ahead,
We'll certainly, when we come back, we'll bring that into consideration, but be conscious that we do have a union contract, and we have to be extremely careful about if we're contracting out positions in areas that are met by the union contract. So but I do agree, there's a good way to look at it. One of the things too is that, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, but the level of service has been passed for the winter months, is that correct?
Correct.
And we do have to bring the level of service back for the spring, summer.
Yeah, typically we've done that in January.
And we'll do that in January. But if we can give ourselves a bit more time and do it in February, then we can bring some options to look at increasing the level of service for the spring, summer, with a couple of those options laid out. If you can give us a grace period, because I know it won't be done by January.
No, and ultimately, I think we all understand it is a level of service discussion. So, and as you said, like, we do have some time before the spring operations commence. So, thank you. Would want to take a short break, and then we'll kind of wrap everything up and kind of see where we're at and go from there? Okay, why don't we take till a quarter after, and then we'll regroup.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Maybe I'll talk to Jen and ask her and maybe. I'll ask Jen, whatever, I'll maybe call back at least to say, hey, here's, only passed yesterday.
Did we lose Doug? There is, oh. Did we lose Doug?
I don't know, I would think he's better.
So, thank you very much, everyone. That was a good discussion and one that was very necessary. So thank you very much. So the budget presentations have concluded. Every department has presented to us. As staff is here, and we do have some items on the board still.
So let me go back to the capital quick or cover operating?
I was just going to throw to you, Jen, and let you. So, like I said, while Jen's still here, if there's anything, Jen, you want to touch on for the benefit of Eric and that. So, what we've done in the past is kind of go through this process. We'll go through, ask questions of staff once we have enough. He was here last year for this. You were here
Eric.
for budget.
Eric was.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Anyways, this is our opportunity to get to ask questions. Anything that's maybe it's still unclear. Ideally, then we could have some discussion. If council is happy, we can send administration away and have some internal discussions ourselves. But ideally, I would like us to give some direction to staff today on something that they can either work on, potential areas where we're looking to make some changes, I suppose, so that when we do come back next week to try and button things up, at least staff has something to go away with and can try and do that work in the meantime. Fair? Awesome. So with that, actually, Jen, I was just gonna, please humor me for a moment. I realize that we wear different hats, and when we sit in this room, we're wearing our counselor hats. But we're all county ratepayers at the same time. So I just I kind of came up with this, and I just thought it was something when we talk about numbers and we talk about 3.5, 4, 5. Talk about these different numbers and the budget increase, I think it can be quickly lost on a lot of residents just what that actually means. And we talk about roads. That's the biggest thing that we talk about because that's what people are driving on every day. But I just don't want the rest of it to get lost kind of in the shuffle. So, so I just have a few things that I wanted to share. One of the things that we often talk about when we're deliberating in council chambers is value. Does what's being proposed bring value to the county? If I were to look at my personal situation and I think about the county, this is the value that I think of. And this is my personal story. So we live on 3.5 acres, and on that we own that 3.5 acres. We have our home, our shops, we've raised our family there, and we operate our business from there. We have access to roads that are graveled, graded, and plowed. The roads allow me to ship the goods I produce, allow me and my wife to travel to work, allow my children's school bus to get to and from school. The roadsides are mowed and sprayed. I can renew my farmer pesticide certificate in a course hosted by the Lethbridge County's ASB. I can read and learn about what's happening in the county and the community from the various publications the county puts out. And I can receive the Sunny South News because of the county. I purchase and haul potable water from a county water station. If I have a fire or an accident, a well-trained and equipped fire department will respond. If I require the services of law enforcement, an CMP officer will respond. My family can utilize the soccer field, skating rinks, and other sports opportunities in the local towns because my county contributes to their recreation budget. We can go to our library at the town of Coledale and utilize their services because of the county's contribution to the Chinook Arch. As my grandparents and parents get older, I know that the county is contributing to Green Acres to provide seniors housing options and solutions in the future. We take our waste to the local transfer station because of the county's membership in the Waste Services Commission. We're on track to have access to an energy from waste facility because of the county's support of SAWA. Businesses like McCain's can employ and offer production contracts to my friends and neighbors because the county found a way to provide them with potable water. FCSS's services are available in our communities. Our local community Hall receives an annual funding contribution from the county council, helping them to keep the doors open to the public. Advocacy, like the Highway 3 Twinning Association and the Old Man Watershed Council, receive support from the county, providing the support they need to advocate on our behalf. Membership in South Grow helps to multiply investment and provide regional economic development opportunities. My municipality is advocating for physician attraction and recruitment so that when my family comes to town to see a doctor, there's someone there. My municipality sees the value in investing in a gathering place, a place that will put Southern Alberta back on the map with the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center at Exhibition Park. The businesses that my farm rely on to have access to, the businesses my farm relies on have access to the infrastructure they need to provide the services we require. Roads are just the tip of the iceberg. So when you leave here today, and when we leave here after we pass either an interim or a budget, just be mindful that when we're talking to the public, the first thing that they touch is that road, but there is a heck of a lot more here, and I'm really proud to be a part of this. So thank you.
Does that mean that we're good to go and we can just bring it back on the 15th? That's what I got. That's how I interpreted it.
So I would, Jen, is there somewhere you want to start in specific?
Well, if we want to cover capital first, because it doesn't impact the tax support the way we currently fund it. So the first item was the Westview Road. It wasn't one of the items that we brought forward for consideration, but it was in the, was it in the budget? No. No, it was a council item. So if that is something that council would like to pursue, we would need to look into some funding sources for that. Also, what type of road, help me out here. Thank you.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that not bumped to a January discussion with council?
The discussion in January was the intention of all the business case studies. This can certainly be part of it unless it's something that council would like done in 2023.
So this is Stafford we're talking about right now?
This
Sorry?
Westview
This is
Road
Westview.
right
Okay,
now,
sorry.
but it would apply both to the Stafford Lake and the CP Railroad unless council wants to make a decision today on any of them. Or give direction on any of them.
I think Anne referred, you said 2020, referred to 2023, that this work was going to be done then if we push it through budget or not?
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thanks, Jen.
If I can just ask the manager of infrastructure too, these 3 roads were not in the 2023 budget, correct? In your capital?
The
Westview.
Westview Road was.
The section.
The easterly
Yeah.
section was, the westerly section was not. That analysis includes the CP Railroad, and the westerly section of Westview does not include Stafford at this point. Because that was the paved to gravel conversion analysis.
And I think on the Stafford discussion, I think something to remember there too is, so when we went through the process of rezoning there, we did approve a rezoning. When or if they decide to come forward for a development permit, we can also have that discussion, and our development officer can have that discussion at that time. That could be potentially tied to development. So that is an option, a discussion / option moving forward on that piece as well.
Yep.
Okay. So with that then, if we're moving the roads to 2023 as part of the case study, were there any other capital items that were presented that council had questions on, or additions or any removals? I'm just trying to bring out the capital budget here, sorry. Easier to go this way. I'll just bring up the summary sheet because I think it's the easiest to look at. So there's the fleet, obviously, and then I can make this a bit larger if it helps. This is the budget request item. So the first portion is all of the fleet that was presented, and then we get into the projects starting down here at the Shaughnessy Playground Park. Or
Park Lake.
sorry, is that what that is?
South Park Lake Road overlay.
Oh, sorry. Well, this, I didn't mean infrastructure, sorry, I meant of capital outside of fleet. So we have the Shaughnessy Park, the IT projects, and then, yeah, South Park Lake Road from there, and the bridges. So the total, what we're looking at is about $14,170,000, which does include this base, this 2.15 for Market Access Network.
Does or doesn't?
Does.
Any questions on the capital piece here? Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you. I'm just thinking that we should have some consideration about a couple of those roads, because if you put them into 23, there's other projects you have in the 23 budget as well, like you got another couple of overlays, don't you?
In 2023?
Yeah.
Or 2024?
24.
Yeah, sorry, 24.
Yeah.
I can bring those up as
So
well.
wouldn't it be better to kind of, if you can't do everything in the same year?
Spread it out.
Yeah.
That's Market Access Network.
Like, I mean, maybe you could pick one of those and just do it.
Oh, so those ones, the 23 talk on those ones is just that in 2023, we're going
We're gonna
to talk
have
about them.
discussion.
Yeah.
There's no,
No, I know, but
no direction of actually performing them.
I think Councillor Hickey's concern is that if we don't discuss it now, we'll have to put it off to 2024, and you'd rather see some of them go in 2023.
I think that we should at least pick one to do in 2023, because you've got some couple of fairly pricey ones in 24 to do.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a suggestion. We can bring that report forward on the 15th, could we?
Or the 8th?
Sorry.
On the roads, the business case studies?
Oh,
Or would that not give us enough time? No way.
Sorry, Lauren.
that's
So-
pretty tight.
Tight, too tight, sorry.
Yeah.
If I could just ask this, of the ones you got on the board there, which are the ones that need the most, the attention first? Like, is it the CP Road, or is it the Westview Road, or?
Sorry, if I may, just in regards to those two, because those are in the business case for gravel conversion, the CP Railroad is in worse shape, and Jeremy can probably attest to that. They had to do a little bit of work in the fall just to mitigate some of the severe potholes out there. So that CP Railroad is probably the most severe. However, the Westview Road is much longer in length and does require substantial maintenance. So they're kind of in the same boat.
Can I just add a little bit more to that one as well? In regards to the CP one as well, one thing that would be probably prudent is we actually go in there, if it's council's wish to actually turn it back to a hard surface, I would recommend that we leave it as a gravel road surface for probably 1 or 2 years, and we go in and actually rebuild that structure first and satisfy some of the drainage issues. There's a lot of standing water on the side of that thing. It has a very large width. Could probably definitely be something that I would recommend. We go in, we rehab it first before we move on to the next stage.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. And if I remember right, we've already approved the gravel conversion on that one. So
That's correct.
that part is dealt with, and it's more the discussion on potentially a hard surface.
Yeah.
And on Westview, I think that one's gonna take some time and serious consideration, because of the significance of it. So to put it on right now, quick, would be a hasty decision both ways. Either way.
John, did you have some?
Yeah, just in terms of, and sorry, the fact that I go away from this and I sleep on things, I have questions that pop up. In terms of the repairs to the roof,
Hey, we're working on the roads here.
For Santa.
Is it the will of all of council then to leave the report on the business case study for January council meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Lauren wanted to pick
Yep.
one of them to get them done in 23.
I didn't realize the return on the CP rail back to gravel. I'm comfortable with that.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Kirby. Oh.
Potentially Stafford Park Road, that one might be more ready, or are we waiting to see what subdivision potential?
Reeve Campbell just alluded to the fact that if they come back to do rezoning, there might be some the senior planner will be able to outline some options there too, because so if we jump ahead of that, it might not be prudent.
Yeah, tie that into the further development of the region.
Sorry, Councillor Kurbis, carry on.
No, all good. Good.
Who's gonna talk about a roof?
I'm not gonna talk about the roof, and I'm sorry. And I apologize if I'm falling into the weeds, but something, can we bring that up? That was on the budget item for 2024.
Was it 4 or 5, Jen?
Yeah. There was something that you had said that sort of just tweaked on me in terms of, you'd said that it's degraded and there's water leakage now?
There's currently no water leakage into the second floor, but the base that all of the air conditioners sit on, the wood base, is completely saturated. They did cut in there and do some cut tests to look at it, and it's completely saturated and rotted. It needs to be replaced.
So my question with that is that something that maybe we want to look at pushing up? Because sometimes when the longer you leave something like that, the worse the damage gets. So that was my only sort of thought process on that, is that, you know, if we do leave it, is it going to be a more costly repair, or is it something that we should be looking at repairing a little bit faster?
We can definitely push it up in the schedule. We did have a structural engineer come in and look at the roof and said, you know, you've got 1 or 2 years of life left in this thing before you should replace it. So we kind of based our timeline on that. However, if, you know, we could bump it up a year because it does come from the reserve, I believe, anyway. Yeah, it does come from the building reserve. So it could be pushed up a year if you're not comfortable with that risk of leaving out to 2025.
Well, it's not so much whether my comfort level is more just understanding what your comfort level with it is, that, you know, are we pushing it off because we don't want to spend the money right now, but we end up at the end of it, it's going to cause more damage, or should we, you know, be a little bit more proactive with it? But it sounds like from what I'm hearing is that it's not leaking right now, so the damage is there, it's going to be done, and when it gets repaired, it's not going to be any more significantly worse than it is now.
Correct. I don't anticipate, you know, doing it a year later, any further damage to occur.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay. So we'll just move to these operating discussion items. Ooh.
The only thing we didn't touch on was the dam, but that's operating.
Yeah.
At the end of the but it's
Somebody just plugged in.
It's water leaking into there.
Oh, you get rid of council pretty quick that way, don't you?
I don't know if there's any more discussion to have on the tax rate. That will, when we bring the tax rate bylaw forward.
I think there is an appetite for council to have that discussion at that time, Jen. Yeah, I think we'll maybe plan for that to be maybe a larger discussion,
Okay.
at that time.
Perfect. The STARS donation, as mentioned, I put it in at $2 per capita. That was more or less what was in the presentation that they provided, and for 3 years. So that has been built into the budget currently.
Good, plus.
Thank you. What are we paying right now?
0.
Oh, nothing at all?
No.
Oh, I thought we were.
This is a new request.
Oh, not even donations?
No.
Go ahead, John.
So that's something that is potentially going to come up at a regular council meeting that we're going to have a discussion and an agreement or a consensus on later, right?
Not if it's approved within the budget.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's something we can have a discussion on right now,
Yes,
and then
absolutely.
it's just, it doesn't require a
We
vote of a regular meeting.
sent it from council to budget, essentially, to be dealt with that budget.
Okay, mine don't.
No,
And just for clarification, Councillor Kurbis, normally we would, but because the request came so close to budget, we made a decision that we'd put it in with the budget process.
Go ahead.
Well, then my feeling on that is that, given that amount and given the value that STARS has to this community, I see merit in including that.
Thanks, John. Any other thoughts on that while we're on the subject? I agree. I would support it as well. My only thing would be I would like to see it come out of the emergency services potentially in that same line item with policing and fire. I think I'd like to see it come out of that line item, because as much as it is a donation, I see it more operational essentially in that emergency services stream. So I think it's a bit deceiving in my eyes seeing it come out of the council budget.
Okay.
Go ahead, Klaus.
I would concur with that, and I would suggest that we move ahead with that one.
How's the rest of the council feel?
No, you bet.
Okay.
Okay, that's awesome, thank you.
Just gonna check these off as we go. Big green one? Yep. Election costs, would you like me to increase that reserve by $1,250? It's minimal impact to the bottom line.
And that was just more of a smoothing aid. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Just thinking of here's no free. Don't put an asterisk in.
No asterisks, check marks. Community
So
hall
helpful.
funding program, we have the $80,000 currently in the council budget. Would you like to continue to contribute to those at $10,000 annually?
Yep.
We haven't built in any inflation.
I would like, we don't have the 2% COLA in there or anything.
We have not, we've kept it static at 10 per community center each year. We haven't built
I would
any
like to
COLA
see the 2%. I would like to see the 2% in there.
to the end, till, for the next 3 years in the operating budget. So 2% beginning in 2023?
Yeah.
How long have we had that in place?
3 years.
3 years
3 years?
ago, yeah.
Okay.
It has, as mentioned earlier, with the changes to how the municipal reserve funds were handled, they used to be able to make requests through that. That's not the case anymore, so this kind of offsets and allows them to have some planning for operations and future capital.
So the request would be to.
Plus 2%?
Plus 2% for 2023, and then 2% 2024 and 25, correct?
Go ahead, John.
Would it be reasonable just for ease to just raise the grant up to 11,000 for the next little bit?
No, less than 2%.
Well, that would give it basically a 3% for the last 3 years.
No, we're doing it for the next 3 years.
Well, I understand.
This is
Go
more
ahead, Rick.
palatable with the
Yeah.
budget too.
Yeah.
It just
More in
matters.
line with budget.
Yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
well,
Yeah.
simple. And our bookkeeper can easily handle 2% too.
I can do 1,100.
She could do an extra 1,000.
So, okay, so on the community funding, we're happy with that then? Okay,
Wage, yeah, put off the wage review till 2024.
that's what
how
the,
it's in the budget.
That's how it's in the budget.
okay.
So just me. We're just.
Depends if the wage review is gonna be going down or up.
Yesterday.
That's the beautiful part, you don't know.
So I was the one that said we should throw this one up. Obviously, I think we've kind of talked about it a little bit. It's a moving target. I think we have to be mindful that we have to have some type of an increase given where we are. But I don't know where council feels. If we put a bigger number in there, is that what we want? Do we leave it at 2? I would leave it to open it up to discussion. So I got Claus and
I
Lauren
think
and Mark.
that with Ann's comments from before, like being under negotiations and everything like that it's probably wise to just don't go any further than 2%.
Gonna say, just leave it at 2% for now, and if you need to make adjustments later on, you make them later.
Yep.
Not allowed to say that out loud.
Okay, I just wanted to have that conversation.
So the budget includes the residential dust control increase from $5 to $6 per linear foot meter. This will be brought forward as part of the schedule of fees review. If council's happy with this, though, it does impact the revenues that we earn. And so if you aren't thinking that you want to make that increase, we will need to adjust that in the budget.
Go ahead, John.
Is the current budget at 5 or 6?
It's at 5, so it's going to 6.
Okay, so if we change it to 6 at a later time, it just means there may be a potential surplus then?
Yes.
Okay.
But it would, we'd end up reducing it in the budget back to 5, which would then increase the tax support required.
How does council feel about the current split, the 50-50? Is that something that we're happy with, or is that something that we would entertain changing?
And I think it's 50% on the first 200 linear meters.
Yes, and then it doubles for anything over 200.
Yeah.
So I think we're probably, I assume, we're losing money on that anyway. So I would suggest going to the $6, and the $6, just for clarification, is for the people that have to pay it to have it. It's not, we're not talking about the increase for the county too that way, are we?
It's just for the residential dust
Yes,
control
yes.
program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I can support the $6, but we need to make sure quality is there. That was such a common complaint this year. So $6 is possible, but please, let's try to make sure we have a little better. Yeah.
Any other comments on the dust control? Morris, did you have something?
No, I'm,
Oh.
I'm fine with what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Hey, Morris, we're on pavement anyway. We're on pavement anyway.
We've had that.
So this will be January, February.
Yeah, level of service, yeah.
We've got some.
Okay,
And then-
this is gonna be.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Regional dam. Do you want me to bring those numbers up again?
Please.
So yeah, again, first year includes the grant. It also includes the potential purchase of a vehicle. And then this year 2 and 3 is without the 200,000 ACP grant revenue. And then year 1 and 2 here are if we don't get the grant at all.
Ann?
And just for clarification too, and Larry can jump in if I missed something, but the conversations that we were having with the vehicle, it's likely that one of the municipalities would be able to supply the vehicle, so that cost would come down. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Clayton did mention yesterday that he would bring forward, if council wanted to go forward, there would be an agreement that would come to council. Is that correct, Larry?
Yes, and it has to be ultimately approved through ministerial order for some reason, but.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Barron's used to have a nice top on
So I would again open it up for questions, discussion, comments. How do we feel about the regional dam? Claus?
Just start out, I think that the reason why we went with the regional dam and everything like that, I think it's a great idea, and I think that we're getting some good feedback from the regional dam that we're having right now. We got a report on Tuesday or Thursday, and I think that we have experienced in the past the hectic that went on with some of the fires that went on, because if I'm not mistaken, are we, because the regional dam, that also would include, if we have a big fire somewhere, that something would be under his authority, correct? Yes. Then, with that, I think the only way to work economically and work good, it would be with a person like that on there. And I think outside of that, everybody, if there's more, like we talked before, if there was more stuff going on, then we have our, each community has their own person that would take care of their area if necessary, if the dam is busy with a bigger project.
And one thing too, that if we remember through the ICF process, the ongoing negotiations that happened, whether they were good, bad, or ugly or painful, they did lead to more regional discussions, and this is part of that ongoing. So the fact that I believe that the smaller urbans are supportive and on board, even though it means that they're going to see an increase in their cost, I think that speaks volumes for regional collaboration. So maybe take that into consideration when you're debating.
John, go ahead.
When they're looking at the current per capita expense, we're not on that list. in the bottom corner there, Curtin Pat, we've got Butte, Coaldale, Cohurst, County, there we are.
I can, if you like, I can also show, if we add, I don't know, what is it, roughly 17,000? And then this year.
My dad used to look down the pew and go.
Those are just rough numbers, if we add in the DEM,
Okay,
what that kind of looks like.
okay, thanks, Jen.
Yeah.
So I guess if, do we have any more questions, or if there's any, like I said, I would like to give, staff some direction. Either we could, just have the room to ourselves and have that discussion and then have staff come back and give direction, or whatever council's wishes.
I'd be good with that.
Okay. Any questions before they leave?
Do we need to vote on the DEM thing, or?
Well, we can have that discussion.
Oh,
So do you want me to leave this up with that DEM, estimated DEM cost in there, just
Sure.
as a reference?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
And Bill Chappell's that guy.